Okay, well, good morning, everyone. It is 9:30, so this Newham local plan examination hearing session is open, and William Fieldhouse, inspector appointed by the Secretary of State to examine the plan. We're back to using the microphones, so these are the conditions today. Can you hear me okay? Yeah. Okay. So, I see the council hasn't got a microphone, but I thought there were 4 microphones. There's one behind you. We may, I think if everyone can speak up, we may be able to do away with the microphones, but we'll see how we get on. Anyway, for everyone to switch mobile phones, laptops, devices, etc. to silent. Toilets are on the ground floor, out to the lobby around to the right, and then to the left and to the right stairs. No fire alarm tests planned for today. So if the alarm does go off, we'll need to evacuate the building, go through the door, round to the left, and back out through the main entrance, at the front of the building, and congregate opposite the DLR station. The program is around today, so if you need assistance, work with them. So the agenda for today was published on Friday. The main issue on the agenda is Article 4, but payments, including the allocations and the neighbourhood policies for N6 and N7. But we're also dealing with the building codes in those neighbourhoods, and also, as we did yesterday, some general matters together about building. So I'll deal with that in a moment. We've got all day if we need it. We may well not need it. We will see how we go. So we'll have a break, usually probably around 11 o'clock, and as it looks like we're near finish at that point, we will have another break around 1 o'clock for lunch. A reminder, most of the examination have been decided the plan submitted on 18th of July 2025 is legally compliant and sound, and not going to be modified to ensure that it is. So after the sessions, I'll agenda items will start with some questions to the council. And when we've heard the responses to those, you'll have an opportunity to make a contribution yourselves. Good morning, all. Good morning. We started, so you've got this anything, and I'll explain a little bit more about how we operate today shortly. Okay, so at any point in time, if you do wish to speak, if you could put your nameplate vertically on end, I'll bring you in at an appropriate time. I just wanted to do some updates about some documents that have been published since last week. First of all, as you're probably aware, and as is normal with examinations, the council has proposed some main modifications to the plan in response to my preliminary questions and the matters and issues questions for matters 1 to 4. These were set out in a schedule published on the 21st of November, ED6. However, that was updated yesterday with some further main modifications included in it. The council had previously set out in the document SB, I think it was, submitted with the plan. I don't think there are any significant ones relating to the allocations on the neighbourhoods today. Maybe one we can go as we go along. But anyway, for your reference, it is document ED14, which was published yesterday morning. So in there are the modifications that we will talk about when we come to the thematic policy part 1 of the plan. And there are some delegations, as well as saying that, and we'll say for today. I'll see if there's any queries if people go about that. 2 other things to mention. On Friday, I published a note setting out some action points arising from discussions last week. And they cover a range of issues. They're not necessarily the end of my findings on the matters that we talked about last week, but they're to set out so that we can things along and discuss appropriate in future hearing sessions, including today. So I will shortly, I'll see if anyone's got any general points or questions about those action points, but we're also going to look at the specific action points relating to tall buildings that we'll have an opportunity to talk about this morning. We'll look at the specific tall building terms in neighbourhoods 7. One of the documents to mention that was published yesterday, which I think was AEIM had mentioned previously, requested to be published. It's a document that's an earlier version of the characterisation study, 2022. It's referred to in the 2024 characterisation study, which I think is an update to the 2022 one. It's also referred to in the past statistics documents, D3A and B, that were published in the examination. So that's I'm aware that's in the library, and if you wish to refer to it, you can do. So that's there. Right, okay. So just a word on the agenda, if I could, for everyone's benefit. As I said, it was published last week. We've got a number of sites. I know people around the table are interested in different sites. So just to explain how we're going to operate and the order I'm going to do things. As I said, I've got some general issues around the action points and tall buildings to deal with first. Then I'm going to do neighbourhood 6. That's set out on the agenda, so that's N6 Manor Road. Tall buildings over there, if there's anything to say about that. Then I'm going to go on to neighbourhood 7, which is 3 Mills. Talk about the tall building zones in that neighbourhood. And then I'm going to go through the sites, but I'm going to do it in a different order than they're on the agenda. I'm going to deal with N7 SA2 first. There's people interested in that particular site. And N7 SA3 then second. And then lastly, I want to deal with N7 SA1, which is the Abbey Mills site, which I know the gentleman at the end of the table and AEIM here are most interested in. So we won't be dealing with that site, the Abbey Mills site, until later this morning, and we'll have a break before that. So if you're interested in that site, bear in mind that it will be something that will come up a bit later on. We will talk about the tall building zones earlier than that. So what I'm going to do is I'll go around the table now, and people can just introduce themselves, please, starting with the council. I think if you won't pass the microphones around, if you could just speak up and say your name and just say who you are, then if you need the microphones as we go through the day, for whatever reason, I think we'll use them as we go along. So can I start at the council, please?
Yeah, hi, I'm Lynn Mahoney. I'm a principal planner at Newham.
Hi, I'm Newham. Naomi Cocker, principal planner for Newham. Sally Edman, interim planning policy manager for Newham. Claire Lawrence, principal planner for Newham.
I'm living in Newham, so I'm like the member of resident representing.
Okay, can you turn your nameplate around so I can see it? Thank you. Thank you. Sorry.
My name's not.
Okay, but if you want to speak, if you just turn the plate up, and we'll bring you in every time.
My name is Muhammad Wali, and I'm every Mills council.
Okay.
You decided again, heavy mill.
Okay. Because you're quite a long way from me, I think when you do speak, it's quite good to use the microphone.
You're a long way from us as well, and I think the speaker, if it's available, would be better for us.
Can you hear me?
I can just hear you.
Right, okay. Is it better if I speak a bit closer to the microphone?
Yeah.
Okay. Right. So I think, as I said, we won't be talking about something later this morning. And when you do come on to that, probably you can speak before that. Put your name place up, and then I think the microphone to make sure I can hear you. Okay. 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 We'll move down this way. So
Okay.
Good morning, Rebecca Burnham, for the president. Good morning, I'm a site manager from Weston, House Island.
Michael Westlake, Director at Superlean Architects, representing Weston.
Can you hear me? representing West End. And Lawrence, Senior Associate, Montague Evans, representing AEIM.
James Strawn, KC, instructed by Nita Rivera from Andrea, and I'm also representing A.
Okay, well, thank you, and well done, everyone. So, unless there's any sort of questions or queries about what I've said so far and how we're going to work today, I'll move on to the first thing that I just wanted to make sure I was aware of, which was the revised schedule of main modifications. Supplement 14. As I said, I don't think there's anything immediate new or different relating to the issues and the sites we're talking about today. So I think we'll just, unless anyone has any questions about that, we can move on. No? Okay. Right. So in terms of the next document I wanted to mention, it's IN6, my actual one. It was published on Friday, so hopefully if you're interested, you've got a chance to see it. I'm not going to go through all of it. As I said, I'm going to talk about the action points related to our buildings separately in a few minutes. Two of them I just draw attention to because they are relevant to site allocation policies in particular. It's action point 8 and action point 9. Action point 8 arose from some discussions we had in relation to some sites on Thursday, and it was about the relationship between what are seemingly restrictive requirements in a site allocation policy and how they relate to the development management or general policies and how we work the plan. And I referred to a couple of examples that had been discussed on Thursday, whereby the council said, well, yes, the site allocation policy may refer to a particular specific requirement, but actually when the planning application comes in a few years' time, for example, circumstances may have changed. It would be the management policy that would be applied, and that may lead to a different outcome. And the action point is to the council's draft modification to try and clarify that in some words in the plan. The second one was about these site maps that go along with each allocation. We talked about those last week. That was already explained that they were not intended to be prescriptive, but rather they were indicative about how they are on site to be achieved. The action point asks for an explanation of that, of what indicative actually means in the plan, so we're clearer about things that are on that diagram and what they sort of weight or the significance they have. I won't mention any of the other action points, but if there's any questions or queries, comments that people wish to make about any of them, please, yes.
James Strawn, representing AEIM. We're obviously interested in the output of that action point as far as our site's concerned.
Which particular?
AD8 and AD9.
Yes, okay. Yeah.
So I didn't need to tell you that, but I've got the priorities. But the particular thing we'll probably come on to later on is that whilst we'll be interested to see what the text looks like to reflect the indicative status, the policy, particularly for our site, many others, does contain some description in the text. So there would be a potential tension between text referring to potential locations of development within a site and an indicative diagram saying this is indicative. We would obviously like that tension to be resolved in a way consistent with our other representations about the sort of approach. But I just flag it now, and we would in due course invite you to consider that as a representation from us as another action point. We would ask for that the attention to pay to the wording of the policies as well, so that they're consistent with the intention of the if that's the intention.
Okay, understood. Well, we will go through every allocation. We went through a lot yesterday, and we will go through more today. So, insofar as the particular requirements for that site are set out in the plan, yes, we can talk about those, both in specifics about whether they're justified, and secondly about how they are phrased and their level of specificity and prescription. Yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Just thought I'd flag it with APA.
I mean, there's a general point about most of these allocations in the plan either have planning permission that's extant or is being varied, or there are proposals coming forward, and I've heard many times already that claims for the policy to be moved to change around to fit with the emerging proposal, specific proposal. Obviously, that one is also a possible task because things are constantly changing. The plan needs to be at a level whereby it's setting sufficient priorities around what is intended to be achieved on the site and allowing some sort of flexibility in the way those are changed. There's striking that balance. So I'll just set that as context. Any other questions or comments about the action points before I move on to tall buildings? No, okay. So in terms of the tall buildings, obviously we talked last week, I think it was probably on Wednesday, under the spatial strategy, which I described as a sort of three-dimensional spatial strategy because it allocates land and also sets out how high buildings should be on each of the allocations. So two action points I wanted to talk about because a lot of the issues raised last week about the description and the maximum heights, etc. So anyway, you can read those action points, but what they are asking the council to consider as a potential modification, not because I've made my mind, but to explore what it would look like if a slightly different approach was taken. So that was about altering the references to limits and maximum heights to the appropriate heights, qualified in some way, tackling the issue about the in or out of the zone in a way that is a bit more flexible, leaving the council to think about actually what those sort of criteria could be for exceptions to being within a zone. So I think they were the main issues. And then there's some detailed wording in action point 6 about some of the requirements relating to specific design solutions in tall building zones. So, as you did yesterday, do you want to just give a very, I said yesterday, I don't expect you to reach a position on this necessarily, and you're not asked to respond to that action point until next week. Anyway, you did helpfully set out an initial response to that, so do you want to outline what it is?
Yes. So yeah, as I said yesterday, can you all hear me?
Maybe put the microphone on.
Yeah, I would say yesterday, we are actioning on those points and we are happy to change maximum height to appropriate height, and we are thinking about those criteria to add a little flexibility around different building areas and things that have possibility needs. So can have some criteria similar to the one that we have used to set up suitable location for buildings. And also the points on conserve or announce and change the building to avoid overshadowing.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you. I'm going to conclude you said yesterday. You are you've really proposed those modifications as changes to the plan. So I think that's as much as we know. You know the way the direction is going and the council sort of the reaction to that. Depending on when we get those specific words, we can come back to a future hearing session as necessary. We've got a section on design, for example, into there in terms of the policy D4 and is proposed to be modified. So that's the process. So unless there's anything else anybody wishes to say about that, I'll move on to another issue around tall buildings that we talked about yesterday, which is something I reflected on and about the sort of the strategic rationale, I suppose, part of this three-dimensional spatial strategy. The council's rationale for the approach it's taken, which when I looked again at the tall buildings annex, EV23, at the back of it, towards the end of it, pages 32, 33, 34. There's two sections, 4.1 and 4.2, I think. One is called the Tall Building Strategy, which basically says the varying heights within the tall building zones allows for the establishment of a borough-wide spatial hierarchy, transitioning heights to surrounding context, sensitive areas, creating a coherent townscape and skyline. And then below that was what was set out as a tall building spatial hierarchy, which we went through yesterday. I won't go through in detail again, but it is a hierarchy. It's described as a hierarchy. So you've got the Premier League at the top, where the zones meet most of the criteria, all of the criteria that we use to identify suitable areas for tall buildings. And then you go down to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different divisions below that, where by slightly different reasons why tall building zones were identified, because they met some of the selection criteria for being suitable, but not all of them. And the idea was that overall it was set a sort of beginning strategy across the location of tall buildings. So we talked about it yesterday, and I think that the outcome of that discussion was the council basically said, well, actually, yes, we think we ought to modify the plan to sort of bring that in the plan a bit more explicitly, that strategy and hierarchy. We didn't go any further than that. Yeah.
Yeah, discuss that it was in the implementation text. So,
yeah. Okay. Okay, so we are going to talk about each of the zones that are in neighbourhood 6 and neighbourhood 7. In so doing, we can look at which division they fall within and the reasons why they were selected. So that's sort of context for what we're going to do in a minute, which is actually the neighbourhood policies and the tall building zones. Does anyone wish to say anything more generally about that sort of background that I've just described?
Just to pick up that point on the Premier League and sort of the divisions where sites fall within that. Obviously, our site is within the Olympic Legacy Opportunity Area, but that wasn't identified in the capacity testing and the 2022 characterisation study. So we suggest that we're part of that sort of top Premier division. I don't know football.
Just describing the hierarchy and this characterisation, so that's the sort of language I'm using. So we can kind of visualise it. So yes, we will pick up on the TVs and look where they are and the reasons they were selected and the implications of that, and how they fit in a consistent approach that the council's used or not, as the case may be. So anything else more generally on tall buildings? Right, in which case we'll move on to neighbourhood 6, which is Manor Road. There are no site allocations in the neighbourhood. This is part of the opportunity area, the Republic opportunity area, which policy BFN1 and spatial strategy directs significant levels of growth to. And the policy NEC talks about growth being expected to be delivered through optimisation and intensification of the industrial land that forms most of the neighbourhood. So I don't really have any questions about that. I suppose the general point will come on to the J policies in January, I think, but the intensification is not quantified, but it's the London plan, and that's what this policy is seeking to further specifically in this area. And just remind, is it strategic location? Yeah. So, yeah. So that's the general approach, that's the N8 approach. We have a tall building zone, don't we, which is TVZ 14, which is Manor Road, and that falls within Division 4. Development areas within opportunity areas, but in locations affected by constraints of some sort or close proximity to low-rise context.
Yes, so it also has a local town. It's a strategic industrial land. Yes. So just going through the criteria, it's an opportunity area, the program opportunity area. It has a consistent height above the 21 meter threshold, and because we are supporting industrial intensification, we designated as a tall building area, but because it has a low vital, it has one of the lowest parameters, which is 32 meters. So still supporting industrial intensification, but not at the maximum height.
So on industrial intensification, the maximum height would be what? Practically.
And there isn't really like maximum height. So as explained in the topic paper, page 44. So I went through the strategy and we look at the GLA document and how they have defined brand typology. So there isn't really maximum height. It depends on the typology and how many stories they want to build. So we look at how different typology really address outside of the building zone and within the building zone. And it was the bigger, like stacked industrial buildings with a higher height were not really achievable outside the building zone. We designated all the C as the building zone.
Okay, I think you just said.
Not at the maximum, I mean, not at the 100 meters zone that we are.
Oh, no, okay.
Yeah.
But in terms of practical terms, this up to 40 metres in this tall building zone, isn't it? Is it 32?
No, 40, no. 32.
32, okay. That wouldn't restrict the industrial intensification
No.
for practical reasons.
Some industrial intensification is still achievable outside of the building zone within the 21 meter threshold.
Yeah.
If you use small units stacked, but if you have like a large industrial building with small unit above, it might go above 21 meters.
So that's a hence the U32.
Yes.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
So the long and short of all that is the policy and the tall building zone allows the intensification, optimization of that industrial land without any constraints on it in practical terms. Thank you. Right. So we move along swiftly, and we'll move on to 3 mills. And we will do, as I said, we'll deal with first of all, we'll deal with policy and if anyone's got anything to say about the actual overall policy of the neighbourhood before we move on to the allocations. As I said, there's the allocations in what I described earlier. We'll also look at the tall building zones. I'm just wondering whether the best place to. Any comments on N7 policy that anyone wishes to say? No? Okay. So the site allocations, just sort of, I've gone through for me. SA1 falls within 2 tall building zones.
Sorry,
Sorry.
yes.
SA1, have you met? Yeah.
No, it's 1 tall building.
Which is?
The tall building is 16.
16, yeah. Okay. SA2.
Is the West Ham station, so there is 15.
Yeah, so they're both the division. No, sorry. 15 is.
15 is.
Yeah, West Ham station.
Yeah.
Okay. And SA3 is 4 buildings. 80. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so I think what we'll do then, seeing they're in separate tall buildings, we'll deal with them as we go through the allocations. So I think any points now about general tall building zones in this area that we can't pick up with as we go through each allocations.
So, James Sean, for we probably can pick up all the points when we come to the specific. Some of them are contextual.
Yeah.
I.e., look at where we are next door to the other.
The West Ham one, for example.
And so, I'm very happy to deal with it whenever it's made to be.
I think that'll probably be the easiest way to deal with it.
We'll save it then.
Okay. So on that basis, can we then move on to the sites N7SA2 and sort of building zone and that building and the issues that people have with that. So this is N7SA2, 12 Trees Park, on probably by Gasworks. This lies immediately to the south of SA1 in the neighbourhood. So, can I just deal with the performer and the viability and the policy issues relating to it? So, in terms of the expected capacity, have we got a range?
Yes, so there's two conditions of capacity in this site.
Yeah.
There's the one on the gas holders, and then there is the task force provision. So the one on the gas holders, I think, is 2,200 units in total, and we phased that starting from 27-28, and that extends beyond the plan period.
Yeah.
It's delivery. And then you have the task force provision, which is for 4,708 units, which we phased fully within the plan period of delivery.
So that would start.
So that would start, it's already completed 600 homes last year, so it's actually year 24-25. And then we phased it equally from 25-26 to 24-42.
Okay, so between those two divisions, they would deliver 1,805 during the 5-year period.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They would.
Okay. So one of them started.
Yes,
The other one's only outlined.
it is, yes.
But the student will start in 27-28.
Yes, so we phased it based on data for the application form, just what we thought came forward.
So which is the 7 million one? Sorry? Yes, one. Okay, thank you. Right, in terms of what the viability assessment tells us, in terms of the benchmark loan values and the row and the affordability.
Usual.
Yeah.
BLV2.
Yeah.
That's row 62.
Yeah.
And it's viable at 30%.
Okay, thank you. Right. Okay, well, I think I'll hand over to William, and you outline your main concerns. Obviously, I've read them about, the various issues about the map and the layout and various particular requirements, but you talk us through what the main things are with specific reference to the policy wording, and then changes.
Do you want me to do
Yeah. Can you turn the microphone on? Yeah. You hear it close. Yeah. Yes, I'm on.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so just picking up on the question, so is it confusing? We've got an allocation covering 2 sites.
Yeah.
So apologies, I've set my comments out on a site-by-site basis, but we'll try and work out where it sits within the joint site allocation. So if I just start with the capacity point first, we've looked at the 5-year housing and supply trajectory. So for Bromley Turbo Gasworks, that assumes delivery from 27 to 28. We only got planning permission earlier this year, so unfortunately I think we won't actually be delivering homes until 29/30. The first 2 years, 5-year period will be nil. We've adjusted, our assumptions would be 117 homes per year for those last 3 years. 1 to 2. So we're only about 100 units off of the council's assumptions. Is that too detailed?
No, that's helpful. Thank you.
And then just going through 12 Trees Park, which, as noted, is already on site, so looking ahead to the 5-year period, there might be some more optimistic assumptions than what the council have. So 1195 is 5-year total. We think that could be closer to 1,300 units, at an average of circa 262 a year.
Okay, so the overall picture therefore is that the council's assumption for 5-year supply is not unrealistic, It's not overly optimistic.
Yeah.
In fact,
It balances.
your figures were out to slightly over, would they?
Sorry?
Your figures were out to slightly more than the council.
Yes. You take into account that.
Yeah, the two of them together.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
But we can, if it's helpful, we can
That would be really helpful.
Okay, well, I've been noting down, there was one side when we talked last week that Sir William said the council's assumption was overly optimistic,
Yeah.
which I noted, and the council has accepted that. So I think it's helpful, so thank you for that.
We can.
Yeah, that's good. So when we come back to looking at the overall picture, I'll make a note of the applications.
Yeah.
Well, you may need to repair it, so we can recognise that.
And just sort of strategically, not looking at the next 5-year period.
Yeah.
12 Trees Park, and this is reflected in the updated 5-year housing and supply figures. But 12 Trees Park will deliver a total of 4,714 homes, and as previously noted, will deliver exactly 2,100 with hybrid and we've got a lot of outline phases. So that's just a bit of sort of the headline overall figures. There is a detailed phase on the gasworks side, which was about 600 units. So should I get into my specific comments?
Yes, please, yeah, in terms of the site map and the particular requirements.
Okay, so I'll start with 12 Trees Park site. I think generally, I mean, it's quite enhanced in terms of being on site, on construction and occupation. So with regards to the map, we don't have any specific comments. We note the actions that we've won, welcome the amendments that are proposed to refer to it as an indicative diagram, and we look forward to seeing the specific work.
Yeah, okay.
Then moving on to the development principles section, and with reference to employment use, this is page 460, under development principles, and it's the second column and the first paragraph, which says development on the remainder of the site should be the same quantity of common floor space as the permitted scheme. I think essentially we're just looking for a bit of flexibility incorporated within that wording so that it's less prescriptive. We've suggested in our hearing statement that employment generating uses, the word generating could be inserted rather than just saying employment uses. Just, you know, these are multi-phase developments, things do change, we need to respond to the market and understanding policy requirements, and I think this draft is a little bit prescriptive. So that's the first thing.
Oh, sorry, on that one,
Yeah.
Two things. One, employment generating uses presumably opens up all sorts of main town centre commercial uses,
Yeah.
whereas employment uses in this plan means industrial and warehouse. So I think that's one significant difference.
Yeah.
The flexibility that you're talking about may be something that could be at the application stage, but unless the council is saying they wish to widen the scope of the uses of this, I mean, the general approach of the plan seems to be that if there's going to be main town centre uses in certain locations, would be allocated as a new local centre or something of that nature. Yeah. So, well, see.
Yeah, that's noted. I mean, there are already concept uses being delivered as part of this allocation of this site. I think the main overarching point is just a bit more flexibility around that wording, so that it's not saying as permitted. You know,
Well, that was the second thing I was going to ask about. This came up yesterday, where there was another site where it referred to the quantity being the same quantity is permitted, and I queried that yesterday because it seemed to be sort of a backward-looking approach to a plan rather than anything else. So I don't think it will be an action like that.
Okay.
So I think that's something the council will think about on that one. So, okay, thank you.
Find principles. There is some text about comprehensive design and development. We'll pick it up in matter 10. That's on policy here. M2.
Yeah, I mean that one presumably because you've got two. It's where you've got these sort of big allocation with two bits being brought forward.
It's fine in this instance. We have clauses. We have to talk to each other. We've got one boundary, the eastern boundary. How we put it on the side. But yeah, we've got comments on the side. final session.
Okay.
So then moving on to heights. Perhaps we take the comments to lines. There's a few bits, the heights policy and text. So we've got a suggestion as to how we would like the wording of it. I guess the crux of it is we've got two commissions that are approved and the policy doesn't align with that. So we've got gas holders that we have consented buildings within, and that allows up to 12 stories, whereas the policy refers to 10. Yeah. We've got maximum height secured at 12 Trees Park that go up to 38 stories. Which the policy only goes up to, sorry, I'm switching between stories and AOD, but it goes up to 100 metres AOD and we extend up to 103 metres AOD. And then we've got the sort of prevailing heights across the site, which we have suggested should range from 10 to 20 stories. So essentially we're looking for, again, more flexibility, but also response to what approved planning is good. But we're also looking for some wording, appreciate things change, policy has to sort of understand, but we've suggested some wording that says building heights should generally respond to a design-led approach, and I think it's something more actually, that optimizes site capacity while ensuring sensitive integration of stakeholders and other heritage assets. And then insert new wording as an indicative guide, building heights are expected to fall broadly within the range of, and then get into the specifics. Yeah. So it's flexibility again.
Yeah, so that's not dissimilar to, there's not a suggestion, I think the actual point about that, which is, okay. I mean, the thing about how often it needs to say about a design-led approach, I mean, obviously D4, I was thinking about that, but I was thinking, well, there's other policies in the plan, there's the guidance, we're on the plan, obviously, which is all that. So it's sort of like, how many times you have to say the same thing in different policies? So,
I think that covers both sites with regards to heights. So that includes the commentary that we have on the 12 Trees Park site. Covered off site capacity already. Yeah. So I'll move on to the comments which relate to the 45 over site.
Yeah.
So we do have comments on the map. Again, my previous comments down, welcome the indicative diagram, labelling, and the new paragraph 4.3 where we've got two key issues with the diagram. The first is that it refers to, it has a sensitive edge around the gas holders and refers to a low-rise context. As I've just outlined, the consented buildings do extend to 12 stories, so whether you can consider actually low-rise, I'm not sure it does fall in that category. So ideally, we'd like to see the reference to low-rise context removed from the map. Happy for it to stay as sensitive edge around the gas holders. So that's the first point. And then the second point is not necessarily change that we're seeking. I think that the actions will address it, but just to note that there are two key routes which can only be delivered, which are not in our range. So there's a connection that goes north beyond North Prose Road onto the railway line, which is one key route. And then the route that goes west along 12 Trees and south of CA12 is not, it's in private ownership at the moment. We are working with the council to get it adopted, but just to note that the delivery of those key routes are dependent on third parties, and we do have Section 106 obligations to work to deliver them. But just
I'll ask them in the council responses, but insofar as these routes where they go beyond the allocation, I mean, I don't know whether the expectation is that the developer, in this case, would the layout on the site should facilitate that, and thereafter it's the private authority or the infrastructure to do something or something more than that to actually improve that route off site.
Yeah, so we have a fairly detailed clause dealing with the connection routes. We have an area of land that's, I suppose, safeguarded, for a better word, should that connection come forward. And then we have an obligation which is called the Prose Road Connection Strategy, and it essentially puts an obligation on us to look at this and see how it can be delivered in various tiers to it, with an option for the council to also adopt that as well. So I think we dealt with it through the expanded plan commission. As I say, it's just a note really rather than change.
And is there anything in the infrastructure requirements or layout of the site policy that relates to that?
Well, it's in the connections paragraph. It's in the paragraph about delivery of new streets and connections.
Yeah. Okay. Anything else on the gasworks?
Yeah. So we have no comments on the development principles section. I've picked up Pike's comments already. Then we have one very specific comment with regards to heritage. So at the moment, the policy on page 460 does acknowledge the role of the gas holders as heritage and character assets contributing to placemaking. But it does include wording that we see in the current adopted local plan, which notes that this can only be delivered alongside a viable strategy for the grade 2 listed gas holders. This site's incredibly constrained, only delivering 8% of the housing volume net. And when the current local plan was going through its examination, the inspector at that time specifically requested the wording that we included again, which says proposals will require an assessment of an appropriate viable strategy for the grade 2 listed gas holders. So we're just looking for the current wording applications we carried across, which gives a nod to the huge constraints of this site. And just for a bit of context for that, we've got to keep all 7 listed gas holders. That comes at a cost of 71.3 million for gas holder reversion. We have the PRS, which is the gas kit that has to stay at a cost of 11 million. And we have to remediate the site. Gas holder use, which comes at a cost of 7.3 million. So just to give you a flavour of strength of 60.
As a slight diversion, I know there are examples of gas holders being redeveloped and buildings within them. And, examples of you yet carried out?
This one.
Has it been actually carried out?
Well, we're about to start.
But no, this will be the first in Newham.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
It's the only site in the world actually that has 7 gas holders for nature. So it's incredibly unique site, which is why we just wanted something to sort of
Okay. Thank you.
The other point to note was around the sink. So we have a sink designation on the site. And again, related to the need to remediate the site, that sink is essentially needs to be removed. And that this is approved. We've gone through the mitigation hierarchy that exists in the current planning policy. So once developed, that sink designation kind of doesn't have much bearing. I mean, we've sort of followed a landscape-led approach. We've got a new park, it's incredible, it's like 80% of this site is open space. But I guess it's a question over what happens to that sink designation. It won't really resemble what it was first designated for. And perhaps it is just a reference to the mitigation hierarchy or a nod to what's approved. Yes, with regards to the house, but just really noting that sink designation.
So this is the bottom right. This is the last paragraph on the page, the first page, under the design principles. Yeah. Nature of the site should protect the site, the sink, site of importance for nature conservation.
Yeah.
Moving through the provision of a local plan. So you're saying that it'll basically be that the new open space, which is an extensive part of the site, will have multi-functions, one of which will be nature conservation, which may at some point when it's created be designated as that. But this is implying that it's the line that's there now that needs to be kept, whereas that won't happen.
Yeah, it will be different to what is done. site at the moment. And we have a biodiversity strategy because we have to strip everything on the site. We have a huge biodiversity deficit. And our strategy is going to obviously prioritise what we can do on site, but because our deficit is so big, we're going to have to look beyond the site, and that's something we're working through at the moment. With regards to this wording, we are delivering a local park, we are optimising marine features, we're doing everything we can on site. We have had to go through the process.
It's in the other examples where there's something that's seemingly quite prescriptive about protecting something that exists, whereby I think the council wants as well, we'll apply GWS3 or whatever it is. And that will be what will create something new as you describe it. So it's that sort of tension between the level of specificity and description in this and parts of the place.
Yeah, it is quite as well. Like it now?
Yeah, please.
Nearly there.
It's okay.
I've already picked up on the network streets ownership point, which is page 461, paragraph 3. Ownership. Then under the infrastructure requirements, we have a requirement for an MBAC system. Much like we discussed last week. So the external planning permissions don't incorporate this. We have a review strategy approved for both sites. And in line with what I was saying last week, I think we're just looking for either the requirement to be removed or the flexibility around it, and particularly again for the 151 gasworks site, which is very unique. It just wouldn't be possible to deliver an MBAC system on the site. We've got gas holders that can't move, and we have to work within that constraint. I've already outlined the exceptional costs with this site. There's various other site constraints, underground gas mains, etc. So it's just not feasible to deliver an MBAC on the site, and it's a requirement that came in post both fronts. So really, we'd like to see some additional flexibility.
Okay, sorry. Anything else? No, thank you. No, that's very clear. Thank you. I think a number of points there that I'll ask the council if you could respond to the key things. Actually, yeah.
Great, thank you. So for 12 trees with the employment uses, this has come up again with some of the other sites, but we had a brief discussion yesterday around the schemes wording. I mean, we'll look into this a bit further, as I'm sure it will come out, but it's more there to say what we agree and make sure that what we've got forward is what's going to be delivered there. In terms of the heights, I think ultimately what we're looking at is through the main mods that hopefully addresses some of that around kind of flexibility and wording. I think we'll obviously have to consider anything further, but generally, I think obviously opening up to appropriate, see how that addresses that. And then on 12 trees, was there anything else? Sorry. Yes, so
Sorry.
Okay, yeah, so I can go on to probably my vote now. And so in terms of the sensitive edge, obviously the gas holders have quite a high heritage impact. And obviously there was a further assessment, I believe, that was done by Historic England since the adoption of the local plan. And that actually brought up the kind of criteria or the accolades of those gas holders. So we've obviously taken that very seriously, and the Historic England have been in touch regarding that, or heritage history. Yeah. So like those sensitive edges are key things for consideration for those sites. We do appreciate obviously there is a lot of constraints on sites, but I think kind of looking at both of those terms together, I know you later talk about the wording, but they kind of play in both why that we've kind of included those protections there, because I think they stated that the 7 gas holders should be amended to assist in management, provide greater clarity, and that there is significance, we recommend that they are all listed in their entirety, except for the bones and tanks of the SIP. So it has gone up in kind of how we see it in terms of the impact on that. In terms of key routes, so yeah.
Sorry, on the sensitive edge, I think it was the reference to low rise context.
Yeah, sure. Sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, if I can comment on that. I think so. When we were describing the sensitive edge, the local maps, we grouped together different categories. So heritage asset or class context in this specific case is just heritage asset, but the key is the same in all the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's explained.
Yeah, I think it just doesn't align with what we have planned for, which has been developed in very close consultation with Historic England. So they essentially approved the heights within the coast holders.
Yeah.
I think then that I think it's important for the diagrams to have specific keys that are relevant to particular issues on a particular site. So if it's a sensitive edge, it may be because of heritage, or it may be because of the low rise context, or it may be something else. I think it needs to be tailored for the sites, because that it's implied there's a low rise context, but it isn't the case in this one. It's the heritage that makes it sensitive. Okay.
I think maybe that also just reinforces our request for that wording that we see in the local plan around viable strategy for the coast holders and the inclusion of that.
Sorry, that was my mistake by bringing that one in there. But because it kind of in the gets all considered. But so in terms of the Crow Road and the key routes coming out, obviously this neighbourhood is highly constrained. The sites coming forward, it's so important to be opening those sites up and connecting those sites to the wider area. Crow Road, I'm aware that you've obviously got that obligation in taking that up. Obviously third-party ownership. I think it's making sure that facilitating that access. I'm pretty sure those conversations quite advanced.
Yeah, well, we have the obligation in Section 106, so I think by virtue of having that obligation, policy requirements, so it's not. I wasn't looking for a number, it's just a
acknowledge, thank you. And then again in the heritage, so into this wording, ultimately again, like the inspector picked up, and I'm sure we'll be taking this away, but it is going to be read in the round. So you've got policy BFM4 and H3, the viability acknowledges that, and that the decision to, because obviously value of the asset has gone up within the eyes of the council, but it doesn't take away that obviously deliverability terms, that this allocation will be read in the round with the other policies, and the wording that we're looking to add into the plan will hopefully address that, but we will be sharing that.
I would just say one which is there is no other site like this site in the world, and that's why I wanted to have a very specific wording. So I don't know if it was around, but I think it was just something to give a nod to the very unique nature of this site that doesn't exist anywhere else.
Exactly, and I think again on that point is that why we don't want that wording, because it is so unique, and we appreciate that there's an assessment that needs to be done, which will be read in the round, and I think there's a fear that there could be an opportunity to decide where that asset is eroded or that it's kind of harms that asset. And I think it is important to make sure that, we will be obviously signposting the policies where relevant, and in terms of the infrastructure requirements, this is obviously within our viability assessment, and the topic paper goes on to explain kind of the importance of this with the engagement with the waste team, but fully acknowledge those constraints, and that's obviously something that's come up on the other side, so I'm sure we'll take that away. I think that was everything. Oh, and the thing, sorry. So the thing, so We've got the form mitigation hierarchy is in policy GWS3 again. So this will be picked up within that additional wording, but we'll link that back to that.
Okay. I've noted the things there. I think it's whether there's some tweaking of the wording here. Let's say, notwithstanding the more general qualifications on academic aptitude and relationship between policies. We'll see. Thank you. Anything further before we move on to the SA3? Anything further? Okay, thank you for that. So, M7 SA3, I know my students, this is the site you're interested in. This is, we deal with the informer and the liability. So, it's got permissions.
Yes, it does. So
It has a range.
it does have a range, this site. So the majority of the site has consent through certain maths applications. But within the site there is a remaining plot to the northwest that has 60 units remaining on the outline planning permission, but which we have design-led capacity tested achieve we think we can achieve 93 homes. So the lower and the higher range in this instance reflects part of the majority of it's the commitment, and then the remaining is what they've got outline consent for, the lower range, and then what we feel that particular remaining plot could deliver by design capacity testing is the higher range. And yeah, I believe it's we've got 1 year phase in the year 5 year land supply, and the remaining will be forward within 5 year land supply.
Yes, okay. So the site will be finished before the end of the 5 year period. So
Yes.
before 5 year period, the rest of it during that.
That's our assumption.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, I forgot to mention about TVZ for your site. It's in the highest zone, and I've got your points, but I mean the designation of that, we know that they. Yeah, sorry. Back to the I forgot to mention the TVZ, which is it for the SA2. Yeah. West Up Station.
Yeah.
Most of the.
Yeah, it's a local center and it's as a high vital, and there was already an emerging complex of 100 meter. So we acknowledge that.
Yeah, okay. So that may be relevant to the SA1 as well. So sorry, I forgot to. I know you talked about the building heights.
Yeah, they refer to both comments that we set out on the site location height that comes to translate across to the two buildings.
Yeah, and of course, if I can add, sorry, as we are reviewing wording on parks appropriate, of course, this will be translated also in the site location wording. The height.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, our comments obviously were looking for perhaps further revision to the wording of the heights defined.
Yes.
And sort of caveats of the wording, generally and consistent with exactly note that you directed to include appropriate revisions.
Okay, thank you. Right, so sorry, back to SA3. We've done the pro forma. We've on the terms of the viability.
In terms of the viability, BLV3.
Yeah.
That's Royal 123, and it's viable at 50%.
Okay, and this is what so I don't know how it relates to what both issues. And in terms of the tall buildings zone, this is
Zones 8. High Street.
Yeah. So the other thing we talked about yesterday when we talked about building zones and strategies was the biggest policy talks about the uncoordinated nature of the existing tall buildings there. They need to try and create through these new heights and zones a more coherent.
More coherent approach.
Yeah.
when we were looking at this specific tall building area, we acknowledged that there were scattered composition of tall buildings along the high street on one side, but the other side has a completely different character, where the height drops and it's like medium-rise buildings. And Sugar Island is like it's been very successful because of its like density, but with a different typology of going with tall buildings, and this was something that we want to preserve on the completion side, because we are talking here about just one block missing on the side.
Okay. Right, so I'll hand over to Justin on this, please.
So as Newham correctly stated, the site is 10 hectares and it has had planning permission, got planning permission. It's, I don't know whether you've been to the site, but it's well underway.
Yeah.
In the draft local plan, the prevailing height for the majority of the 10 hectare site is identified to be 21 to 32 metres. And a small corner of the site, which is to the west, has the reduced prevailing height identified as 9 to 21 metres. Now that lower part of the site is the exact area where we have lost basically the outline planning permission because the reserve matters for the hotel weren't pursued because Festin no longer want to develop a hotel there, so it was pointless going forward with reserve matters. So we have a northwest corner of the site which has been identified to have a lower prevailing height and also a lower maximum height, which means that it's effectively kind of hollowed out because the maximum height to that northwest corner is 32 metres, which is the same as the prevailing height on the rest of the site. And we can't understand why that's happened. We don't think it's justified. The area with the lower 32 metre maximum falls in the Olympic Legacy Opportunity Area. It falls within a transform area. It's not a sensitive edge, as identified in the tall buildings annex. It's PTAL 5, and also when considering the context, we've got immediately opposite this corner lot, a tall building of 100 metres, which already exists, Skyview Tower, and just a little bit further down Stratford High Street to the north-east. A resolution to grant exists for an 89 metre tall tower at number 68 to 70 Stratford High Street. So what we're really asking for is for the 32 metre maximum area that's been cut out of our site to be removed, and for the at least a 50 metre maximum be applied across the whole site.
So in effect, it would be deleted that first sentence and just leave the rest of that as it is. So
yeah, and on the proposal, it's removed sort of pink, I think it's pink,
right.
dash little
okay.
round circle that's sort of kind of cutting out that corner, which to us doesn't make any sense. I mean, we have been through the characterisations with a fine-tooth comb and thought, is it the conservation area, is it this, is it that? But the conservation area, and we submitted the plan by showing that with our written statement, within the conservation area we're allowed up to 50 metres. So that doesn't make sense either. So it seems to be a bit of an anomaly. We don't know what sensitivity is.
Okay, so this is the NU3 bit of the site,
yes.
Yeah, that corner of that specific sentence. It's not shown on the slide map or anything, is it?
No,
so it's
just yes, a sentence.
Okay.
So the maximum height that we have assumed 32 meters is really consistent with parameter plan we got, which range from 2 to 9 stories. So the parameter plans that were approved by the council are in line with what we are proposing. So there is a rationale. It's consistent with,
So with the planning permission for the hotel?
with the overall master plan. Yeah, they didn't have an but the overall master plan, the parameter plan for the master plan range from 2 to 9 stories on that area. So yeah, we are in line with the plan scheme, and also like looking at this piece of site being like the last piece to complete the whole master plan. We identified also in the site allocation everything that we wanted to keep the same scale, and because it was very successful. It's a conservation area, and there was at risk, but it has been considered the high value of the yards and the street. So most of the buildings, it's true, have been demolished. The conservation area has changed, but the part that we wanted to be retained, it was like the character, the industrial character of the yards and the lanes. And this is what we want to see coming forward in the last part of the site. Again, it has been identified as somewhat sensitive to change in the characterization study, page 146. And it is because of the conservation area, and it is because of the lowest height there. So when we look at the overall context, we can't really know what has already been built. And this will be more relating to the Sugar Island piece rather than what is in front of it. And in reference to the emerging context, again, it's not part of the plan. We have it has been approved against a different plan. So even if they have approved higher height, it's not something that we approve now with this plan. And also just to go back a bit on the master plan, the overall master plan, there is an important diagram on the DAS, chapter 7. We showed that the vertical accents were carefully positioned in specific location. So there are two, 3 elements of tall buildings in Sugar Island, but they were really part of an overall strategy. We have looked at the feasibility study that has been submitted with the representation, and like from the design point of view, we really will undermine the strategy that we approved and we're happy with, and it will be a different context within the same master plan, basically.
Okay, I think I understand. So there's some sensitivity because of the conservation area, but there's also this overall master plan for the Sugar Island.
Yes.
And it overall creates a coherent approach on that area.
Yeah.
Trying to create a more coherent approach throughout Stratford and Maryland to tall buildings. So allowing a tall building on this part, we think taller building than the 32.
We can take out, we can review the 32 and aligning with 50, but not really going on, not matching what is on the other side of the high street. Yeah. Well, we can take it out, take it away and think about it.
Okay, well, so as I understand, so there's the conservation area and there's the sort of the master plan and how it fits with that and all that, but the overall strategy for this creating more coherence rather than allowing this something popping up here that's sort of out of the context elsewhere. Okay, so yes, it is part of Premier League top building zone. So it ticks all the boxes. So unless there's a very specific to bring down the height. So I think leave that with me. I think there may be some difference there, but I understand the issue. And anything further you want to say before we go?
A couple of things.
Yes, please.
Obviously, planning permission was granted, and 13 years has gone by since then, and the site has been involved in many changes that have occurred, both in terms of uses and in heights. So to look at this plot then, U3, as if we're back in 2012, seems slightly really unjustified because we're now 13 years further on and the world has changed in terms of housing requirements, etc. And the other thing is that Newham made reference to the rest of the master plan being low rise, which is true. Most of the plots are fairly low rise, but we have got accent towers. Several of them are like 14 stories. We've got a couple of 16 stories. And it's also relevant to know that when we had the 2012 planning commission, that we didn't define the story height. So my colleague Michael, who's an architect, will explain that the story heights that the London Borough of Newham have assumed are not the floor-to-floor story heights that we build to. I don't know if you can explain that, Michael.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's within the London plan as well, the 3 metre stated floor-to-floor height. Many architects have designed on the site. Generally, it's about 3.3, with a typical, obviously, at ground floor, because of topographic changes. 3 metres is actually about 5 metres in terms of what we're looking at. And obviously, that top floor doesn't necessarily account for full roofs and things like that. So yeah. I think the 3 metre is a metre overestimation on the stories that can be delivered within the height constraints.
Well, I mean, the references to stories in this plan are just indicative. The metric is metres. So I'm not sure.
I think the heights are clear.
Yeah, well, that's only clear in the plan that there's no prescription of the stories. It's the height of the building. You're going to education that, obviously, because if the stories are important for viability and design and everything, you can say, well, the 100 metres and the metres are to be different. The stories, I mean, that's a different argument, but I think just to be clear what they're saying. Anyway, I think I understand. I mean, you spent a lot of time saying, well, this plan is a strategy. I think previous planning commissions of emerging schemes, this one you seem to give quite a lot of weight to the planning commission. I think it's maybe more to do with the master plan and the coherence.
It's really about the coherence. And it's we have spent a 50 meters zone, structure, high streets, and we dropped there because of to align the parameter plans. But again, we can visit 50, but we can't really see that. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Right. What we're going to do now is have a break for 30 minutes, and then we will come on to the allocation for Abbey Mills N7 SA1. I think it's something interesting here in the room. So, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. No, sorry. No, that was the main issue I thought I'd noted down. Is there
only the boundary of the local centre.
Okay, yeah.
Which we had an issue with.
Yeah. This is on the map.
Yes, on the map.
Yeah.
And in the written statement, we've submitted a new proposed boundary because going back to the Newham's position on the existing planning permission, we don't think in terms of the boundary of the local centre that it actually reflects the permission that's been granted in terms of the ground floor uses. So that was it.
Yeah, no, okay, sorry, I had noted that. Sorry,
we have submitted how we think it should be first to the harassment. That was the
John?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Right, so the boundary, this local centre is shown as an opportunity for a local centre with its bullet action.
Yes, correct. So this is us recognizing the master planning work that's been done and also having undertaken, as I said previously, we've done a leisure study identifying gaps in access to the network, not necessarily the amount of floor space, but rather people being able to very easily access it from one location from walking distance. And since this is already substantially delivered really on site. It makes sense to regulate it. As part of this, there's been methodology put forward, which in the town center methodology note, second part, the 2024 version, which outlines in relation to the overall methodology used in the 22 version how we arrived at the boundary. So there are some principles in there about which kinds of uses are included within the boundary, primarily looking at use by sea, which informs the approach. And that's how we ended up with the boundary that we have. I do note the overall master plan permission overall that you've submitted and the few corners that there are. What I would note is that the broad concept of what a high street is there. It has the courtyard with all the spaces that come around it. And there is also flexibility as more of the site gets delivered for us to look at minor adjustments to this as part of overall master planning. In relation to the part south of the site, that will not meet our criteria to be part of this master plan, just because part of the same allocation, because there is a big gap in main town center uses between these two. However, I will note, and we'll come back to this when we have the town center discussion, there is in policy HS1, I believe 1F, the last point in there, where we say, yes, we will be delivering a range of town centers and local centers and some neighborhood boundaries that are identified and known, but we also identified that there are other gaps where at the time of us examining, even though we might put designations, we might not be able to actually identify and say here is where we come forward. It doesn't mean that this can't come forward from master planning processes, and the implementation section in HS1 allows for this process to happen so that it does help identify gaps in the network and other locations that meet suitable criteria, and one of them being the fact that they are clustered together, which this does meet. So we can look at it in terms of that approach.
Okay, I mean, yes, I understand fully the approach of, identifying areas for the new local centres as part of the strategy to creating neighbourhoods and walking neighbourhoods, etc. And indeed, when on the sort of indicative side, indicating broadly, I suppose the issue is quite specific in this case, but I suppose that reflects the master plan, and then that raises the issue about, well, if changes come forward since the master plan is prepared, how prescriptive we need to face that. I understand it. So I can look at the alternatives that you put forward again, and we've got some qualification to the level of prescription on these maps anyway that talked about. So I think unless there's anything else, we'll leave it at that for today. Right, okay, so we will wait till 11 now, and then we will come back on N7 SA1. Thank you. just have to, is everyone back? Yeah.
Yeah, with the microphone.
Yeah.
Shall I have another one over here? And then these guys will just share one, or should we just abandon them as a small group, or what?
I think I'll use mine.
Yeah.
I think have them available, particularly for the people who are furthest away from me.
Okay. Let's bring one round.
Keep that one for now in case people can't. Could you put your nameplate so that they're sort of facing towards me? Thank you. Okay, right, so we're going to now look at the allocation Abbey Mills. And before we do that, I think we'll just talk about the tall building zone that it's, well, I was going to say part of, or it's within, or partially within. So the tall building zone is TBZ 60, Abbey Mills. That's categorised in that hierarchy that I referred to earlier in 4th division, which is summarised as being within an opportunity area, but it's subject to some constraints. It refers to airports, which I don't think is relevant in this case, or low-rise context.
And then they say proximity to city?
Just.
So that was just a brief description of the of that category in the hierarchy. I mean, there will be more specific.
Yeah.
So the constraints. So it's also we've talked about the 2 other tall building zones in this neighbourhood, both of which are the West Ham one and the Stratford High Street. They are within the top division, and it's between those. So what is it? Do you want to just explain so it's opportunity area,
Yes.
and what are the factors that make it fall out of the top division down to here? Is it retail, low-rise context, conservation, whatever, yeah?
Yes. So yes, again, it's an opportunity area. It's been considered as transform area, so with a high vital, and there is a future designation of the location. What has been considered in terms, so these are the suitability parameters, but when we look at the sensitivity parameters, there is in proximity to open space sink and to the Abbey Mills conservation area. So because we, as explained yesterday, we have used a consistent approach. So in every time we were in proximity to conservation area, we have, or open space, we have used the lower, one of the lowest parameters. This is not lowest, it's 40 meters. However, we have recognized that it was transform area and an opportunity to control. So we have this limited as a top building zone. But yeah, with 40 meters height.
Okay, so yeah, okay, understood. So that's what brings it down. It's the sink and the other open spaces and the conservation area that create this sensitivity. And that's notwithstanding the emerging context of the allocation opposite south.
Yeah, we knew about that.
Yeah.
This was mapped in the plan where we were looking at the emerging context, so we were aware of that. But because we were always looking at how to transition from conservation to transform area, this was like this site in between a very high parameter in the 12 trees park and then the conservation area. So we applied the 40 meters. So.
Okay, so that's the rationale for that.
Yeah.
Okay. I think, well, I've got some sort of general questions about the approach of this policy and everything. We can deal with the sort of approach to tall buildings as part of the sort of design requirements and layout requirements and things as we go through the allocation. But is there anything general about that approach to the tall build zoning and the sort of the spatial approach that we talked about earlier and how it fits in with that wider strategy you want to talk about?
Yeah. So yes, if we could, I'm conscious we're going to cover a lot, but it did occur to me we could just deal with the sort of tall buildings as the starter and then come back to the design-led issues, because I think I'm going to hand over to Ms. Lawrence in a moment, but I think it's important just tackling this site to have a little bit of understanding of the history of the approach of the council, because we are a bit concerned that the site characterisation and the approach to the buildings doesn't actually follow what's really happened. And we sought to give you a bit of history about that from the 2022 characterisation study, the 2024. Just so you may remember from the last occasion that the council confirmed that it did its characterisation for this site through its 2022 study. And it said it didn't change anything. There hadn't been any, as you recall, change of circumstance. So that it's rolled forward effectively to 2024. We think that's wrong for a number of reasons.
Can I just pause you?
Yeah.
Can you hear it about there?
Yeah, I can. Just
Shall we use the microphone? Because I know, obviously, I can hear you, but it's just so it helps pick up from.
And sorry,
Thank you.
I'm trying to get used to this.
I know. I think if it's reasonably close, you can just sort of.
I do. The problem is always when I'm looking at you, so
That's okay.
Otherwise, they'll be turning away from it. I hope that's better for everyone. Yes. So, and I'm going to hand over to Ms. Lawrence just to explain that point in a little more detail. What might just be helpful, I don't know if it is, but when we start talking about just the basic logic, you've obviously got the point about where the other tall building zones are and their approach. I don't know if you've got them attached to our hearing statement, but it was either hearing statement for matter 3 or matter 4. But Montague Evans have produced a visualisation of the approved building heights for 12 trees and the gas holders, the ones you were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
It looks like that. So it's Appendix 4. And
yeah, I've seen that, and there's another one with a layout on the site next to it, which I've
yes.
seen.
And Mr. Lawrence will talk to us in a bit more, but just a very stark and obvious point that we'd ask you to note, which we don't think the council has previously looked at because of the way they approach 2022 characterisation. You are in effect, from this, you'll see what I referred to previously as a sort of cliff edge, but there's a very, very stark difference between what they're suggesting for our site as compared with what's already started and, more importantly, consented. And it may help you with the gas holders a moment ago, where it was readily conceded this wasn't a low-rise context, and you can see that that's obviously right. And the gas holders, notwithstanding their heritage features, of course, tall buildings have been approved in and around them in consultation with historic. But the important point for our site is immediately adjoining. There is, of course, the railway line, but if you're talking about characterisation, and if you in due course thinking about the Abbey Mills conservation area, of course, you don't appreciate the railway line on the ground in terms of townscape or visual impact terms. If you're standing in the Abbey Mills conservation area, you see what you see, which in this case, you will now see these very tall buildings. And therefore, the arbitrary line on the plan, the distinction between the Premier League and the Division 4, if you want, doesn't make any sense from a townscape or visual impact assessment. And we haven't seen any work which would justify an approach of that kind. And it's rather starker than that, sir, because we have, in the same document at Appendix 5, we had sought to give you an impression of what a policy-compliant scheme might look like. These are just illustrative, obviously, in terms of the building heights that are being stipulated. And that was that sort of diagram that you've got there,
Yeah.
you can see the green. And of course, those green buildings bear no correlation with the building heights. They're immediately adjacent, and you would never, in fact, far from transitioning, as the word was used, it's actually just a stark drop-off. There's no rationale for it whatsoever. What was revealed to us in the 2024 study, which in the topic paper document you've got available, is that there was I'm trying to find it now, but a slightly different analysis done by the council, which actually put the taller buildings further away from 12 bridges, 12 trees. 12 trees.
Yeah.
And it's clear from that work done in 2022, consistent with what we were told, that it didn't take account of the consented schemes, including those which hadn't yet been started, including, for example, the gas holders. So you get a very strange position that the site characterisation and capacity studies done in 2022 were looking at placing the taller buildings on our site closer to the Abbeywood conservation area and without any transit. So you'd actually end up with an even more bizarre up and down approach. And so I don't want to labour this point, but it's very important that the suggestion that we've gone down, been relegated from our match performance from the Premier League with the next door side down to Division 4, whatever we are, as a result of work that reflects either sensitivity or any relationship to conservation area, it just doesn't make any sense, because there isn't any analysis from the conservation area to suggest that you need to constrain the heights to that level. To the contrary, any proper design response to this site with the immediately adjacent Premier League sites in terms of heights, I'm just using your terminology so that you get the point, would actually require a very a true transition, which is precisely what high class seekers bring forward in the modelling that you see.
Yeah.
But you do need, if you're going to set these height restrictions and relegators in the hierarchy, like we're not here to design the scheme, obviously, they're just where we appear in the hierarchy. It's got to make some logical sense, and it really doesn't. So can I just hand over to Ms. Lawrence just to explain that from a tall buildings point of view?
I think I might come back, because I don't want to, sorry. I wanted to talk about the evidence and the rationale for the approach to tall building zone, rather than the specifics of the design on the site, which I'm going to come on to. So I think you've covered that the context and the background.
Can I just one? Sorry,
Yeah.
I don't want to labour, but there are some points on that.
Yeah, fine. Yeah.
About the 2022 study, which I think you'll get some help.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yes. So hopefully everyone can hear me. In the 2022 characterisation study, the site wasn't identified as being within the Olympic Legacy Opportunity Area. In fact, the boundary for the OLOA was drawn incorrectly, as it appears to have been conflated with the LLDC boundary throughout. The site was identified as being the location of a future local centre, and you can see that on the maps in EB015K at page 163 and 164. That led to, in the NCS 2022, Tall Building Zone 16 being identified as suitable for tall elements within large master plans, so the top of that spatial hierarchy. I think it's important we look at what that definition says. So they were defined as large master plan zones that have the opportunity to set their own character and have a high capacity to grow. The height suggested for these elements reflects the scale and significance of areas like Stratford and Canning Town. These sites can negotiate adequate transitions to sensitive contexts along the edges highlighted on the map. And then despite this, in 2024, as discussed, we're relegated down to tall elements within large master plan areas, which in this case I think is the sensitive context, i.e. heritage assets. And as James has pointed out, there's not a sort of an explanation for that transition to evidence why we could transition to those sensitive contexts in 2022, but we now can't in 2024. But also importantly, the future local centre moves between 2022 and 2024 in the characterisation study. So in the 2022 characterisation, like I said, that the triangle that designates the local centre is partially within our site and partially within 12 trees. In the 2024 characterisation study, in the tall building maps and the existing tall building map, it moves south to be entirely out of our site, but that is not explained. And so you can compare, again, those maps, EB015K, page 164, which is the 2022 reference, versus EB105, page 166, which is the 2024. So we'd say that the practical effect of those amendments that aren't explained or justified has resulted in that strategic sort of downgrading of our site in terms of the hierarchy of the borough, and therefore a loss of that recognition of the strategic importance in terms of it being within an opportunity area and the location of a future centre.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, understood. So do you want to respond to any of those?
Yes. So starting from the characterization study, so as you say, it was done in 2022 by McCrell-Levington. And then after Regulation 18, I joined and I took it over. There were very useful representation already team, like highlighting if there were any mistakes or any incorrect boundary, and we have addressed that in the 2024 version of the characterization study. Unfortunately, there was no comment about the opportunity area, so we didn't pick up that error. However, we always acknowledge that it was an opportunity area, and it's in the local plan document. So part 1 is the key diagram. Sorry, let me find the page. But I can come back to that. Yeah. Sorry. So in the key diagram of the local plan, we are identifying the correct Olympic opportunity area. So we always acknowledge that the site was an opportunity area. In regard to and also in the wording that I used it in the tall building annex, we mentioned that the site is an opportunity area. So we always acknowledge that. Just to clarify, there was no different outcome from the 2022 version to the 2024. The site has always been allocated as a tall building zone, has always have the 40-meter parameter. And the difference in labeling, it was my judgment when I took over the McCrell-Levington study. Because of the sensitivity to the conservation area, I found that it was better labeled under another category, but it didn't change the outcome. It was always 40 meters zone. And then if we go to the town center point, that is just a diagram. It's like a triangle that in 2022 was in between the two sides to acknowledge that it's a future center between the 12 Trees Park and Avenirs. And in my mapping, in the tall building annex, has been slightly moved down, but the policy map show the extent of the town center is not something that you can really pick up on these high level maps, the extent of the town center. So the town center allocation designation has never changed from 2022 to 2024. I think there's any other comments. Yeah, and again, I've explained rationale. We always use the lowest parameter to in proximity to sensitive area. And as said yesterday, we have many tall building areas within opportunity areas along the dock that have not reached 100-meter zone. because we don't consider that it's suitable for those areas because of some proximity to airport or context. So it's not that this is a specific site where we have to use a different approach. It's an opportunity area, but as other opportunity areas, it has a lower parameter.
Okay. In terms of the local centre, the policies map shows a very specific shape of a local centre that straddles SA1 and SA2.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it would be in both.
Yeah.
Only the bit in SA1 would be close to West Ham Station, and that's where there would be a new bridge to provide that access. In terms of the main, in most respects, the high PTAL opportunity area transformation, it's a Premier League tall building zone suitability. The reason it isn't seems to be down to proximity to the conservation area and the what we call open space, which essentially is the sink. Yeah. Well, if I look at the allocation SA2, which is part of the West Ham tall building zone in the Premier League, it's got heritage assets on it, gas holders, sensitivity. It's got a lot of sink, and it's further from the conservation area. And is that the main difference?
It was an emerging complex already. It was already 100 meters zone.
Right.
It was built. It was under construction.
Okay. And in terms of
and we know, like, we are aware of the impact that it's making on the views from the 3 mills. So we don't want to repeat the same mistake.
Right. Okay. So this is part of. I mean, it's a bit confusing, isn't it? Because we talked about the Stratford neighbourhood area, and we talked about the uncoordinated nature of the tall buildings in Stratford, but the tall building zone, this West Ham and the Stratford High Street, which SA3 is in, are they part of the, well, Stratford and Canning Town?
Yes.
Both had this sort of approach to not going any higher than existing heights.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes. Yeah, we recognize those because they were the existing plan were the tall building areas. So that was our starting point, the tall building areas that were in our adopted plan, and we assumed to go lower. And in Canning Town, in fact, the 100-meter zone is the areas that has really been built.
Okay, right, okay. Well, I think I'll come back finally on this, on the justification for the rationale for the tall building zone.
I suppose just that point about our site being the in-between site, and therefore that means that there must be a step down, and because of proximity, we must be more impactful. I think that sort of approach hasn't been tested. There's not been that views testing to kind of ascertain at what height or capacity development on TVZ 16 might challenge or undermine the setting of heritage assets. You know, the note about, well, there's been harm to the views of 3 mills, the clock tower grade 2 listed, I think is what you're referring to. The 2017 outline permission for 12 trees, the councils, you know, they agreed with the findings of the HTVIA for that site that said there would be beneficial and neutral setting impacts. It was Historic England that identified less than substantial harm to setting there. So, you know, previously the council has considered that would be beneficial or neutral on all heritage assets within the setting of 12 trees in the surrounding area. So I'd query sort of the approach in that respect. But I think, you know, the other point of this sensitivity and need to step down is London Plan D3, D9, testing at sort of pre-application stage would sort of tease out those potential impacts and tell us where on the site tall buildings should be and how they should step down. And without that having been done at this stage, I can't see that there's sort of justification for that preemptive restriction based on proximity of the conservation area. And, you know, I think the other point is that D9 allows for harm to heritage assets, so long as, you know, there's clear and convincing justification, there's been testing of alternatives, etc., etc. So I don't sort of see that the proximity of a conservation area should therefore, before the horse is out of the gates, restrict that. That's not the approach of D9.
But if you follow that logic through, you wouldn't have any kind of appropriate height set out, would you? Because
well, you would if you had done the testing, the views testing, and sort of understanding the setting of heritage assets that you are saying that there would be effects upon. That's what happens through D3, and then that impacts testing through D9C. But the point being that D9 does allow for that harm if it's justified.
Can I just comment? I've got one other, but just commenting on the answer as to why the site was downgraded.
Yeah.
I was trying to capture the reason.
Sorry, can I just clarify that it hasn't downgraded
Well, we're in
terms
division
of
4.
height, but the height hasn't changed. It was 40 meters at 22, and it is 40 meters now.
Right.
So you can argue that there were some incorrect boundary, but the outcome hasn't changed. So I wouldn't describe it as downgraded.
Well, 40 meters height we've already dealt with as being inexplicable. Bear in mind what's approved next door. And I get back to the point about your point about harm and conservation areas. Of course, one doesn't simply assume because you're 10 meters closer to conservation area or 150 meters that there's going to be any consequential harm. To the contrary, that will depend upon the context that's already now set by the 12 trees and gas holder sites. I mean, the fact is, you would have to build a lot higher than even we're suggesting to move above the 12 trees and gas holder sites. So why on earth is there a 40-metre ceiling? And that's back to your 3D point. And so if you're going to set these, what's the reason? But we have been downgraded. We have the 40-metre height remains there, but we've already made points about why 40 metres. But then we've gone down into division 4 on the hierarchy in circumstances where all the other factors are pointing the other way. We're told now that that was done as a matter of judgment, but not by testing, but simply just someone else taking a different view. The only testing that's been done, which we say was inadequate anyway, but the only testing that's done put us in the Premier League. So it's not a sound basis, justified and sound basis to downgrade a opportunity area site next door to sites that have been consented since then of much taller scale on the basis of a untested assumption. It's not, and that's why I'm looking at the question of soundness and effective evidence base. We're told for the first time that it was just one person taking a different view, but that's not a sound basis for overriding policy. Can I just, sorry, you want to?
I'll try and speak up. I just wanted to touch quickly on the point around, sorry, Peter Dobby, representing AEI at Whittam Cox Architects. Just wanted to quickly touch on the point around proximity to the conservation area and the specific comparison versus Bromley by Bow Gasworks. We are a large site, and I think we've already established that the position of the railway in townscape terms doesn't necessarily influence the impact of buildings on the conservation area. In that context, there are areas of the Bromley by Bow Gasworks site that are in closer proximity to the conservation area than areas within our site. So,
are they the gas holders there?
No, they are the location of proposed store buildings as approved within the outline consent. Whereas what we're talking about here is a site allocation and a maximum height parameter that applies itself to the whole site. Yes, it might be necessary to apply that in closer proximity to the conservation area, but there are areas of our site that are much further away where increased height might be more acceptable.
Okay. We're straying a bit into the sort of site-specific layout and things. So in terms of the rationale for the tall building zone and the heights within it, Understood. I think the evidence base and the concerns you have about it.
Yeah, understood. I think though it's important to point out there have been changes in the height parameters between it for both D4 and 7SA1 between Reg 18 and Reg 19. So there has been a change in approach to heights within our site, albeit for the prevailing, not for the 40-metre maximum. Can I explain those? Yeah. So policy D4 states that prevailing height should be between 21 and 32 metres, so 7 to 10 stories.
Sorry, 21 to
32.
Yeah.
Which is 7 to 10 stories.
Just keep it in metres.
Yeah, okay. Whereas the site allocation for N7SA1 says that building height should range between 9 to 21.
Yeah.
And then the policy wording for N7SA1 at Reg 18 said that building height should be between 6 and 12 stories, which was reduced to 3 and 7 stories, there's no metres, at Reg 19. So there have been changes to the height parameters.
So 6 to 12 would be within the 40 metre, which is allowed.
Those are the prevailing heights.
Yeah, what was the max was the same, was it?
Yeah, max was the same, prevailing heights.
Oh, right, 30. Yeah, okay. So the prevailing heights, you say, has changed from, in stories, from 6 to 12?
Down to 3 to 7.
3 to 7, yeah. Okay. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So I know that there is the site allocation currently at a different prevailing height, but if you look at the tall buildings table, prevailing height should be between 21 and 32 meters. So this hasn't changed. It's just it hasn't been reflected in the site allocation correctly. So sorry about that. But yeah, there was no changes really. Like the prevailing height has always been the same. Maximum height has always been the same. It just has been worded in the site allocation. But of course we can make those changes.
Sorry, just to be clear,
in terms
the prevailing heights are set in TDZ 16, and they're incorrectly reflected in this in N7SA1.
Yes.
So they should be.
They should be 21, 32 meters. Yes, correct. And
Okay, thank you.
so I don't know if it's helpful, but in terms of meters, it's just because we
No, it's fine in
have
terms of
meters, so
keeping
it's
in
just we calculate that.
Before we just move away, if you were moving away from that, the point we discussed last time, we said we'd come back to, was that the area of the building zone. I think the council are going to take that away, but I didn't want it to be lost in discussion. But of course, the tall building line, the zone on our site doesn't reflect the allocation. I understood the council were going to take that away and amend.
No, if you can, sorry, if you can repeat that.
The tall building zone, as drawn on the plans, and they are boundary plans, and we discussed this last time, do not reflect this site and its allocation. I understood the council were going to take that away to reflect the allocation, which we're grateful for. Otherwise I won't labour the point last time.
Yeah, I mean, we had a discussion about the lines.
Yes.
And how prescriptive they were meant to be. I hadn't, the action point I did took a step towards addressing that, in the sense of, if you've got, you can either flex the policy, or you can flex the lines. It's kind of hard to flex the lines, or undertake another mapping exercise where you might create some new anomalies. So I was a bit reluctant to sort of take a step in that direction. See where we'd get with this sort of flex around the policy first.
I understand that. So I mean, as I said, I think last time, if the line is drawn around our site, then it becomes less important for us. But you've got to deal with the other.
Exactly.
So I appreciate that, but I just didn't want it to.
No, that's a point, and I'm conscious of that. Yeah.
And I don't want. Can I just refer you back to this, which should be uncontroversial? This.
Oh yeah.
Broadly speaking, when you've got up here 12 trees and the gas holders, and this is important, the 12 trees consented and substantially started, I think, for the purposes of characterisation would have been probably speaking, the yellow.
Yeah.
The things that the council necessarily have excluded from their assessments because of that point about consented and not substantially started, include some very significant tall buildings, not just the Bromley Live gas holders, but other ones, which fundamentally, I think that's right, the blue one here as well.
Yeah, that's all 12 trees. So the blue on the left are the ones that have been started, the yellow are outline, and they increased in under section 73 in 2025, which won't have been factored in. And then the blue, again, are the gas holders.
Sorry.
Yeah.
And the reason I raised it under this heading is that it's important to note that what the council are saying to you about characterisation and approach to Premier League and Division 4 is that they exclude, for those purposes, things that haven't been substantially started, even though we know they've been consented and, we would say, set the context. So even if you've got that point about heritage, we don't think that's a good point, but they're missing out the
part of the context. Yeah.
And I go back to why would you designate a site immediately adjacent to 4 divisions there? Anyway, sorry, I don't want to make that one. I think so.
I mean, I suppose in terms of the boundary line, this could be a particular anomaly. I don't know. I mean, I don't think there's necessarily been any others that have been picked up.
Yeah, I don't think there are many. So if helpful, we can review those. We can have a review like that.
Okay, well, I've noted it and I'll have a think about it best to sort of suggest that be addressed. I mean, I don't think we finished on the tile buildings issue, and because we've got the development and design principles I'm going to go through. So, but in terms of the kind of the rationale for the categorisation and how it fits with the strategy, I think I've got and the evidential point. I've understood that, so I think we'll move on for now. So what I want to do is move on specifically to the comments made and the wording of the policy. But I wanted to bring in some of the residents groups and people who are here, who've come here. So thank you for attending and your patience so far. I mean, you've been here over 2 hours already and not got very far. But so I wanted to pick up some of the issues that have been raised in relation to this allocation and the development requirements relating to it, and in particular the community facility, before we move on to issues around the design and layout of other aspects and the number of homes and the heights and things like that. So thank you for your attendance and thank you for the written representations that you've made, which I've read. And the first thing I just wanted to pick up on was around the effective consultation and engagement in the community, which I know was raised. And we did have a discussion about this on day one, more generally about the plan, but I think here there was some particular issues raised by some of the people here or other people about this site, about the difficulty of understanding the plan and the complexity of the evidence and the volume of information, and not reaching marginalised communities, etc. Is there anything, so I've understood that issue. You are here now. There's an opportunity if any of you wish to elaborate on that, you can do. The council did explain the efforts they went to in terms of trying to engage all communities with the plan when we talked about this last week, and I'll ask the council to come in. But before I ask the council, is there anything anyone here wants to say about that in terms of feeling that haven't been an opportunity to influence the plan? Mr. Mahora, you look like you're...
I think majority of us who are here have got an idea that we want to present the community's view in terms of what future should be for a charity which owns the land and which could be the benefit for the community that it serves. And that was our purpose of attending. On that score, I mean, it seems to be I'm with the first one to go on that one. Shall I just give a brief reason as to what my interest is in coming, or is that to be later?
No, do that now, and then.
Okay. So I'm a long-term resident, about 46 years in Newham. I have chosen to live here, and I want to live here. I brought up a family here, and my family also wants to live here. I've contributed to the welfare and the growing of various facilities within the borough. And one of them is the owners of the land which is discussed at the moment. Because in the past, the idea was that the community's requirement will be growing and land was available, and for that reason, we as community supported the purchase of those. At this moment in time, we live in the other part of the borough, where facilities have been created by the locals for the locals, but they are of a restricted capacity purely and simply because of the location within a built-up area, and no free space, so old buildings have been taken and repurposed, except for some which have been demolished, like the Upton Lane area. A mosque has been created out of the bus depot. Because of the growing community requirement, the people who manage these independent trustees of all the charities are under pressure from the community to seek facilities. So on that score, just to give you that background as to why I am here, is I want to support the policies of development, not necessarily the framework under which it is being developed. That I'll leave it to other people who are more qualified to do so than me. We, as I said, we've chosen to live in Newham. Just to make a point of that one, there is a charity which owns a part of the cemetery on Romford Road, and I am one contributor to that, with the view that if I were to finish my days in Newham, it would be the soil of Newham to which I will return. There is space available if somebody wants to. I have been a school governor and a chair for about 15 years of the local school as well. So a number of people have expected me to come and express their views, and they are not able to do so here. So I'm emphasizing what I have been told by others to represent, and ask that the site which is being considered for development by the charity, the mosque location, be a very important factor in terms of commuting, accessing, and using on a much broader base, just rather than just a worship place. It should work and accommodate a much larger congregation. Together with that, the additional facilities that the community requires, like the abolition for funeral facilities, childcare, child nurseries, and green spaces where people would meet on a regular basis to make use of the site which is being developed. And it should be of size that it can accommodate many more people from across the borough. And that way, the transportation and the commuting into that becomes a very important factor for people. So that's an emphasis that I have been asked to convey to the proceeding, that the location of where it is be emphasized in whatever considerations are being made. In terms of the services that can be brought in, obviously the development plan has got a number of facilities which they have accommodated in there, and they come from people in the community who own and come and use, asking that those facilities be provided for. So the plan which is being presented is presented with the community support, with the emphasis that future necessities and also requirements are met.
Okay, thank you for that. That's helpful to have that introduction. I have read the representations from various people, Mr. Kankara, Mr. Patel, Mr. Valley, you all made quite a lot of, representations which I'm aware of about background to the use of the mosque and the need. So what I'm going to come on to is what the policy says about that element of the site, because obviously this allocation it's proposed for development, this land, which includes the buildings that are currently there being used as a mosque and all the other open land there. And it's proposed for, new homes, open space, social infrastructure, including community facilities. Then there's particular issues around the re-provision of the existing community facility, which is the use of the mosque. So I'm going to come on to some questions specifically about that with the council. So
just one emphasis. Mosque would be one part of it.
Yeah, okay.
But because of the way the congregation expresses its devotion to what it does, it requires a space.
Yeah, okay.
And that requirement can only be met by a size of a building, and obviously an accommodation of the other services has to come within that.
Understood. And the plan doesn't use the word mosque, it uses community facilities and social infrastructure, which would include all those range of different uses in terms of faith uses, congregation, other sort of and community spaces, etc., childcare and things like that. So what I'm going to come on to is ask some questions to the council about what the policy actually says here, which is development should replace the existing temporary community use with the equivalent amount of community floor space. And it goes on to refer to policies SI1, SI2 and SI3. And it also talks about community facilities needs assessment that's been carried out and taking account of that evidence. So I'm going to go through with the council what the rationale for that policy is. And as I said, it refers specifically to an equivalent amount of community floor space and those policies. Just taking a step back, London Plan Policy, I think is S1 that would be relevant, yeah? And that talks about, what is that? It's community facilities generally, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Social infrastructure, community facilities, isn't it? Let me just go back up.
Developing London
social infrastructure, yeah. So that doesn't say anything here that's, it sets a broad framework and context. It talks about assessing needs, which the council's done through its community facilities assessment, and addressing needs through development plans, but also through opportunity area planning frameworks, master plans, etc. Is there anything in an opportunity area planning framework level that says anything that's meaningful about this or not, in terms of strategic sort of?
What, the London Plan opportunity area?
Yeah, well, the opportunity planning framework. Is there any strategic context that's directly relevant to?
I think it's us understanding that there is obviously a strategic need within the borough through our own assessment of that, and that whereabouts that sit within the borough. That's kind of how we've influenced. But I can give also more rationale.
Yeah. Well, shall we just go through what is the rationale for talking about equivalent amount of floor space?
So I think there's obviously a long history on this side, which I'm sure the community can be more positioned to talk about. But I think ultimately we've developed this plan across the different planning divisions within Newham, and there has been a live enforcement case on the site for the use. But it's recognised that obviously the need for this community facility or complex of different facilities is paramount. So with consultation with the other teams within the council, this wording is what we derived as most suitable to ensure that we're safeguarding what is on the site, so bring it into like the lawful use, and providing a facility that meets needs. However, through engagement, we do recognise that obviously the need for that facility is much larger than maybe what is on site, and that's again why we put reference to the facility needs assessment that we've done, but also with engagement with the developer, we've set out that if they can provide the evidence that supports this need, that would be looked at favourably within the assessment.
Okay, so if we look through policies SI1, SI2 and SI3,
yeah.
I've been through that. And and they're all basically pointing to it being evidence-based. So the provision of new or expanded or replacement community facilities, it's all about a detailed assessment of need.
Yeah.
So, yeah, as the London plan itself seems to be consistent with that as well. So that's the kind of rationale. So I suppose the question is, well, why preempt that? Logically, why just leave it? Delete equivalent floor space. It's the reprovision of the temporary community facilities in accordance with SI1, SI2, SI3. That seems to be the logic approach to me.
Yeah, I think it was to make sure that we were safeguarding that need essentially, because obviously it's not lawful on site, so it's different to what. It's very complicated. It was making sure that we were making that it was almost not coming in with less. It was exactly like you'll be providing the amount of floor space that's already there to acknowledge that need. But I mean, it's something that we can look at. Do you want to talk? Sorry.
On that basis, shouldn't we say at least the equivalent amount of floor space? But then that would be kind of preempting it as well.
I think that was the rationale, is that it doesn't have planning permission. We do recognise the community facility needs assessment did set out a need for this type of space within the borough. We would take that wording away in terms of deletion of equivalent. I think that's very sensible. But that was the rationale for protecting that use on the site, because we recognise the need.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful. I think that would leave it.
Yes.
I mean, you're talking about reprovision, but the policies SI1, SI2, SI3, which we'll come on to, they seem to overlap a lot. And I mean, this particular mix of uses would fall within certainly SI1. I can't remember what the different categories were now, cultural and, but anyway, it doesn't really matter, because I think the policy approach in each of those is broadly the same, isn't it?
Correct.
There's something about town centre location for a certain scale, which I might perhaps come on to, but okay, so understood. So the purpose is, and I think what the council has suggested is, it isn't meant to tie a fixed amount of floor space. It would allow that to be worked out at the time a proposal was put forward. So going back to where you were saying about some of the representations I read were saying that the space isn't big enough now and the range of facilities there isn't enough now. What this would then lead it to would be for that to be worked through in detail when a proposal is put forward, to work out exactly what's needed and how it could be accommodated. So do you want to respond to that, or does that reassure you in any way?
No, the emphasis basically is the location in terms of what people wanted me to emphasize.
Okay, yeah.
The location towards the Abbey Road entrance and commuting from the Greenway into the station is a very, very important factor for majority of the people who asked us, who asked me to express the location of the communal facility be towards that end rather than towards the further part of the land.
Okay.
How they will do and how they plan, we'll leave it for policies and others to do. It's not for me to.
Okay. Well, we'll come on to that location issue in a bit. So thank you for that. Okay, so that's helpful. We'll move on from that.
Sorry, can I?
Yes, please.
So can I just contribute on
scale?
Exactly.
Yeah.
London Plan Policy S1 actually distinguishes between the functions of plan making and then subsequent provision.
Yeah.
Part D, I think, is dealing with applications.
Yeah.
The bit about Policy S1 in terms of plan making is where the needs assessment is identified, and that places the emphasis on the council to identify its needs and make positive provision for identified needs. And in that respect, so I totally agree with the idea that even when someone comes forward with something, we can assess it. But here, the council has identified a need for a place of worship, not just general community facilities, although we support, obviously, place of worship also having community facilities, but the needs assessment document of 2022 identifies a need for greater provision for a place of worship, in particular for the Muslim faith. And that's done by reference to isochrone heat maps and population assessment. Accordingly, the policy should actually reflect and support the provision of a place of worship on the site. And it should be specific about that as well as community facilities, because as currently worded, one could replace the current facility with non-religious facilities altogether. Whereas the identified need, well, I mean, that it says with the equivalent amount of community floor space. But
yeah.
But anyway.
But then there's SI1, SI2, and SI3, isn't there?
Well,
Which come back more fine grained, yeah.
But certainly the policy should, and I'm grateful for the clarification, it wasn't intended to restrict it, but it should go further. Having identified a need for a place of worship, no other sites being identified to meet this other than ours. We say the policy should reflect that identified need, and certainly shouldn't be seeking to restrict to the floor space size, because it's meant to be planning for the future. So you want to seek to encourage a mosque that would, or facilities, including a mosque, that should cater for that future. We don't see that reflected in SA1, which is the only, I believe, the only site that's been identified as providing a place of religious worship for the future in this location, in this specific event. So I think London, what I was suggesting is London plan policy as one is asking the policy to reflect the needs assessment, not necessarily deferring it to the application process. Of course, in due course, the application process may do other things. And the other aspect of that, Part D, of the London plan, and I would suggest, in common with many community facilities, never sets a requirement for an applicant to demonstrate it's only providing for an identified need and no more. And this relates to our representation on policy SI1 and SI2 and SI3. If you read them together, this would be saying, this policy with those policies, saying you, an applicant, have to come forward with a needs assessment to provide more than is there currently, and you need to demonstrate the need for, say, extra worship space. And so that, we say, is not in compliance with the NPPF. It's not in compliance with London Plan Policy S1, because that needs assessment about family. And setting a cap based on a needs assessment, which is ordinarily one that looks to encourage and support more need than in these valuable facilities, rather than seeking to get an applicant to demonstrate need, we say is wrong.
Okay, well, we'll come on to the wording of S1 and S2, SI1, SI2.
Yeah, but
I understand, I got the point, yeah. In terms of the mix of uses, yes, well, I'll ask the council to comment on how specific the needs assessment is in terms of place of worship, but in terms of this talking about re-provision, replacing the existing, wouldn't that imply that whatever that existing range of uses is ought to be re-provided?
Well, on its own, but I suppose it's with the equivalent of...
Yeah, but I think they've conceded that the equivalent is is probably not, isn't justified, which I don't think it is.
Well, I can see, well, put it this way, I can see people having an argument, which is what the plan's trying to avoid. But
yes. So this time you're looking for greater specificity in an allocation.
Well, I think what we're saying is that having identified a need for a place of worship, plus other community facilities, it would be, we say, appropriate for the policy to identify that this site is identified as a suitable location for a mosque and other facilities.
Okay. Well, I mean, I can't remember whose evidence it was that I read, but they provided information about the expected, growing demand for the mosque use and associated facilities. So just remind me though what the your community needs assessment actually identified in terms of, well, worship uses, etc.
There is a need for community facilities of faith, and in particular for Muslim faith, and this area is one of the areas which would be suitable. The site allocations don't go into the level of specificity of what type of community uses, but faith is a community use, so it would be supported. SI1, in terms of, I think it was picked up about uses, it's meant to protect the uses that are on that site. So we are in support of a mosque coming forward, and the policy would allow that to take place. But we haven't gone through all of the site allocations and said a mosque, it would be too prescriptive to do that.
Yeah. And it refers to the evidence. It refers back to taking out the evidence, which takes you back to, well, this evidence, which London Plan expects you to have done, identifies these sort of mixes. But I do see that going too fine-grained in the mix of community uses would be difficult. Well, there could be exceptions to that, though, because, I mean, if this is a strategic need for a mosque, and it's serving not just this neighbourhood, but it's serving a wider area of Newham, and indeed the reason I've started with London Plan actually was, well, it may even be not just a Newham issue. I don't know what what the catchment would be. Okay, so
I think there is reference. Just going to give you the reference.
In the community needs assessment.
In the community, it is a deficiency in places of worship for the Muslim faith, and it's in, I think, EB 010, page 49. There's a baseline mapping of Newham study. And it compares the number of churches with the number of mosques or other places. So it is a specific strategic need that's being recognised. That's why we would suggest some recognition for this site as being one for delivery of that and part of the community use.
Okay, well, understood what the evidence is, what the policies are.
Sorry, and I should be corrected. The need assessment identifies a need above the baseline. So it takes account of what's currently on site, and it's saying there's a need beyond that. So that's why we have that goes to the comment, but also it's a recognition of a strategic need in the future to increase these sites.
Yeah. And I think, as you alluded to, opportunities are limited in terms of space and buildings in other parts of the borough.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the points that I would like to bring, we would like to have the integrated facilities, so that's all the communities, not just for the people who will be using the mosque would have that facility. It could be for the wider community in the area, like the nursery places, any other gyms and things, the community servicing places which are built into the old plan is what the community is demanding, and they can be used for wider community, not just for the congregational users as well. So the idea is to have an integrated facility right throughout that site, so that it can be accessed by all the residents from the south and the north of the railway lines and people who come in on the tube and the public transport can easily access it, so they can use more of it. The idea would be to have less motor traffic and people, if the resident accommodations are there. My children would be very, very happy, and they're looking for places to live. And my grandchildren, my children have found places to live. So there are demand for people to come and live in the area, and facilities like those built into the whole plan would be a very, very good addition to the area.
Well, we'll come on to what the policy says about providing access other than by the car in terms of access to West Ham Station and things shortly, because there are policies related to that. Yeah, Mr. Patel.
Yeah, as Mr. Adam said, the place where it's located, the transport, or the public transport is very great. So that's why we emphasise, especially when it comes to our festivals, yeah, that's when it gets overcrowded. And as you know, in Newham, all mosques are just small. So when it comes to festival times and Friday prayers, that's when we need it the most. So that's why we say if you can go for the maximum space, that'd be good. Yeah, that's the key. And obviously, because of the transport, it's easier to get. Okay.
As I said, we'll come on to the public transport because there are improvements that would be made as part of this overall development that would help provide that easier access to West Ham Station. I think. Okay. Yeah.
So I again, I'm just thinking of policy S1. What that last point, it's not expressing support for additional facilities of the policy, and yet that's what we're hearing is the intention.
SA1 now.
Yes.
Yeah. Even without taking away the.
Exactly, but policy S1 in the London plan is part D. It's all about positively encouraging delivery of these sorts of facilities. I'm just picking up on the representation just made, that what's the harm in maximising it?
Okay. Well, as I say, I think the context of SI1 and SI2, SI3 we will come back to the extent to which they require the applicant to demonstrate that the amount of floor space they're putting forward has to be justified for certain uses or not. And if it is, what was the rationale? Because,
Yeah, well, I realise we might be trespassing into that area.
Yeah.
We've made some representations about that, and it is, we say, unusual. You have it with playing fields and other facilities where protecting loss of valuable facilities is expressed as you need to demonstrate why you're losing. I've not seen a policy where you need to demonstrate why you're providing more of them. Yeah. And that's what's sort of flowing through into this policy application.
Okay. I suppose the explanation may be that it's a more permissive policy than it would be for a main town centre use in terms of location. I'm not saying this is the case here, but I think I've heard that explanation for why there needs to be a needs assessment, because it is a main town centre use, so lots of community facilities, and the plan may permit them in out of centre locations. So that may be why there is sometimes an approach to a needs assessment.
Yes, I think Mr. Brown was going to help you with that question of town centre use at some point when you wanted to discuss it, because we're concerned about that, a facility of this being treated as a local centre use.
Okay. Right. Well, that does bring me on to the next issue, which was about the location of the replacement community facility that I was going to talk about now. So I'll move on to that. So the policy SA1 states that the new community facilities, the replacement ones, provision, should be in 12 Trees local centre. Yep. So 12 Trees local centre doesn't exist. It's a proposed new local centre, and it's broadly envisaged to be provided on this area that is straddling SA1 and SA2, yeah, in the blue hatched area. So that's where the new local centre would be provided, and this is part of this plan-led approach to providing, new facilities to serving lots of new people living in this area, and it would be a local centre serving those. So that would be where, on SA1, in effect, the way if you took this diagram, it would be in the part of the site on the southern part of SA1 on Crow's Road where the railway line is as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that would be because you would see it as an appropriate location in a town centre use.
Yeah.
It's sustainable, high accessibility, and good for the vitality of the centre.
Going back to SI2, part 2 supports new community facilities that are greater than 1,000 square metres or an appeal beyond local neighbourhood or likely to attract a large number of trips to be in a town or local centre. So that's the same. This would be, it would fall into that category. This is not a small scale, just a local community facility. It's one that is got a catchment and therefore it's being in an accessible location, and it would provide an opportunity to enhance the viability and vitality of the centre because of all the people coming and being part of that. Yeah. Okay, so that's the rationale. And in terms of what's been said about the existing building being close to Abbey Road, this would be different. This would be down on the southern part of the site, but it would be close to West Ham Station, and it would be required to provide a new bridge providing access. Is that right?
Yeah, that's how it is. Yeah.
I found out how far away it is from West Ham Station on that rainy Thursday afternoon last week. Yeah, I had to walk a long way around to get to.
But I think that's because the Greenway.
Yeah. Anyway, so that's the rationale. So, do you want to comment on that?
Yeah. So I'm going to get. I think Mr. Brown.
Okay.
He's made some points on the policy side of it. So I think that walk you had, as I said, the Greenway is shut. I think it's due to reopen 28. So I'll let Mr. Brown comment on that as a logic, because we're talking about development that's in place post 2028. So.
Yeah. Okay, but I mean, improved access to West Ham Station directly, presumably, is a requirement of the policy, is it not?
Yeah, access and capacity.
Okay,
Yeah, so David Brown, Plan Director at Newstead, representing AEI. So I think in the context of AP9, the action points around flexibility in the proposals illustrative plan, it feels to us that the only thing that is not currently flexible is the location of the loss of the community facility. So we certainly want that to be addressed, and we would like to see AP9 when that is available. In terms of the, sorry, can you hear me?
I think maybe use the mic, it probably easier. Thank you.
With reference to SI2, and I appreciate we've got that matter next year, it kind of builds on your point around 1,000 square metres gross and their location, and this is a local centre. And we feel that the current facility, which is much greater than 1,000 square metres, would have a significant impact on the vitality and viability of that centre, given its size. It would be out of kilter with the unit sizes that the council is already dictating should be directed towards those centres.
Well, roughly what's the floor space of the?
It's circa 2,000 square metres currently.
Currently, and we've heard told that it needs to be bigger than that.
Correct.
Okay, yeah.
So in the context of emerging policy HS1, where it identifies that 12 Tree will be a local centre, Part 2B identifies that the units within this centre should be between 80 and 150 square metres. Policy also continues and suggests that the predominant land use should be Class C. So we feel on that basis to indicate that the facilities should be located within the local centre, which is undermined its vitality, viability, its ability to accommodate the predominant land use, which was also Class C.
Well, why would it undermine the vitality and viability?
So, firstly, its size. I suppose on the basis that the predominant land use, the council is saying, will be Class C, this would skew that quite considerably.
Why would it undermine those Class B uses in any way?
I think it's possibly the ability to accommodate them.
physically fit them in on that part of the site, I mean, in terms of the overall site layout.
Correct.
Okay.
Simply on the basis that it's over currently circa 2,000 square metres.
And it could be bigger than that.
And it could be bigger than
that. It could be multi-storey, couldn't it?
well, we can come on to that point. If that happens.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, so I guess just to touch on a few points there. The capacity study that underpins site assessment suggests a community facility of 6 stories in quite a linear format. The evolution in the design of the mosque is predicated on a series of requirements, not least the relationship and orientation of the prayer facilities alongside other ancillary uses and restrictions around their orientation. From an accessibility perspective, we need to be mindful of inclusive access for all of the congregation and the wider community using the facility. There would be challenges with having a mosque of significant number of stories. There is scope for it to be across multiple stories, but the reality is that the height of this as a community facility is going to be restricted in order for it to be highly functional and deliver the spatial requirements and relationships between different spaces that are necessary for it to serve both its faith function but also its community function.
I think in terms of the scale, I mean, the capacity study, my reading of it, council's capacity study, has a green block showing what's part of the local centre.
Correct.
And I think that has a square metre of 5,000 square metres, based on the table that goes with it. So that would be considerably larger than the existing community. So I'm struggling quite to understand the tension between such a facility and the local centre. Most of the local centre would actually be on the SA2 allocation on the other side of is it Crow Road? Crows Road, yeah. So this would be a kind of edge of local centre. This is what seems to be.
Well, I think there's a couple of points there. The local centre is indicated on the site map.
Yeah.
Suggests, and as I understand it, this is an indicative location for it, but as drawn, would suggest that the local centre would be bounded in part by the railway and Crows Road, which in itself would lead to a space that doesn't deliver some of the requirements in design terms of both the local plan but also the capacity study, which is activated spaces that are enclosed and bounded by uses. So as drawn there, you have the ability to activate the local centre on one of its longer edges and 2 of its shorter ones, but the final edge in closest proximity to the railway line you couldn't meaningfully activate. So that would logically suggest that you would draw the local centre further into the site to deliver a more active space that is both contained, and the reference point around the notion of contained space. On the site capacity study, there are a series of design principles for the site that suggest positive public spaces that are well overlooked and have sense of enclosure provided by surrounding buildings and landscape. Facades should be animated with active ground floor fronted and animating the street level with spaces well integrated into the layout. In its current format, the illustrative plan would make that difficult, which in itself suggests bringing the local centre further into the site, which in turn I believe would lead potentially to the community facility migrating further into the site. Now, notwithstanding the size of the community facility shown on the capacity study, the notion of a prayer space you would struggle to accommodate within the space that is shown, as well as provide all of the ancillary uses that, in terms of a spatial sequence, are complex and they are ritualistic and processional. That journey from entering the building through to going through the process of ablution and so on, I'm getting quite detailed now, but I think it's important, would be difficult to constrain to the form that is shown. Now, I think the final point around locating the mosque facility within the local centre
I think footfall is an extremely important point because it will undoubtedly bring footfall. But my understanding also is that the drive for it to be located within the local centre is driven by it providing that active frontage. Now, the reality is that as building typology, mosques as a place of worship don't necessarily lend themselves to great levels of active frontage, driven by the internal uses and the element of privacy linked to that ritualistic process of prayer and the associated things that take place. So therefore, to Dave's point around the other uses that could be provided within the local centre, we believe that allowing the local centre to be driven by those active uses centred around Class C and allowing the mosque to sit in what we believe is a more appropriate location, drive the footfall through the local centre from both new routes to West Ham Station, but also from the north, as referenced by the community, will lead to a more coherent and holistic design solution for the site.
Okay.
Sorry, Kapimi, could I just go back on one other point as well? And it's in the context of London Plan Policy S1, which allows for greater flexibility in terms of the location of social infrastructure. It's actually part E, which is all it says is new facilities should be easily accessible by public transport, cycling and walking, which clearly the site is. And it should be encouraged in high streets and centres, so it's not conclusive that should be the case.
No, understood. But this is a planning approach, and the suggestion is it would the logical location for this would be as close as possible to the West Ham Station and close to the local facilities and to main town centre use. So I'm struggling to find that it's impossible to come up with a design solution for a replacement facility that's equivalent or larger than what's there already, that couldn't actually be provided on this part of the site in that sort of location.
Well, so can I just comment on the again, we're emphasising the importance of flexibility. Mm-hmm. This rectangle that we've got on our site, as compared with the 12 Trees site, that's already got consent, as I understand it. In the illustrative master plan sort of being proposed for the site already, there's consideration of the facilities over here. I'll show you. You've got the plans. It's sort of in this location.
Yeah, the top. Yeah.
And of course, in terms of distance to West Ham Station or indeed within front of the greenways, it's not a significant difference at all. But you then avoid the issues of having the local centre use back onto the railway. We've got to talk about the bridge in due course anyway, because we're interested to know how the council is securing the delivery of that, which is on land outside our ownership. And we're not aware that the 12 Trees owners are willing to promote a bridge on their land, albeit the land is safeguarded. We don't understand how that's going to be brought forward. But can I just park that point for a moment? Because this is all largely contingent on that bridge access, I think, in terms of the green rectangle. But what's too prescriptive here is why should the green rectangle be, why is this green space here being specified as opposed to the local centre being along that boundary? What's the logic of that? I mean, it's just as close to West Ham Station. Yeah, so, in terms, i.e., I'm not asking you to design the site, but why would you prescribe a rectangle of that shape? If the objective is to be close to West Ham Station, of course, you can say local centre use should be, or local centre uses should take account of proximity to the station. It doesn't define that rectangle as being the appropriate solution. And bear in mind the challenges with designing a mosque, which would village's requirements of its spatial arrangement. Tying your hands in this way, we say, is just not necessary and certainly not consistent with the flexibility of a plan. If you want to deliver what the council have identified as its defined need.
Yeah.
So that's the point.
Yeah. Okay. Well, just on the local centre, the bulk of it, which would be the range of main town centre uses, it's got permission, is it, on the 12 trees site?
Yes.
In effect, the creation of a local centre.
Yeah.
And that's broadly this shape.
Yes, I think I just want to make the point that obviously that it is indicative that the kind of size of it, well, going back to your point actually around maybe it coming forward further in, I think policy HS 1.3 allows for that kind of negotiation at the master planning stage around the kind of size and extent of the centre. But ultimately, we've got sync that goes, is it sync? Oh, okay. But ultimately, the way that centre came about was that kind of relationship with Parcel Force and the connections to West Ham Centre. And I think ultimately the high levels of severance that we have there, that's what we're looking to address there.
In terms of the Crows Road and the railway line, and this improved link, so at the moment, to what extent is this a barrier between SA1 and SA2?
Sorry, could you?
Well, the part of the logic of this community facility being part of the local centre is that it will be part of a local centre. So there needs to be a relationship, a physical relationship between them.
Yeah.
To what extent is that separated by railway line and Crows Road? And how would that be overcome?
Yeah, so we're looking at doing, so there's access to on the 12 tree site called Wood Walk, and looking at it opening, there's like a facilitating end there that they could open up there. Those negotiations are going on currently with 12 trees. With Crows Road to the south, which obviously sits out without the west side, and the other blue dotted line is indicated as key route. That's already in access, and there's negotiations there that are opening up that access to include like bus routes through to the site for Abbey Mills.
So would this blue bit on the SA1 site then, that's where the mosque would be, and it would be the community facility?
Yes.
And it would be shown as part of the local centre, but it would be a bit physically separate from the retail and other uses in the centre. But it's a bit of like an adjacent type use that would be close, and people who come to the mosque could go and go to the shop and whatever else, and vice versa.
Exactly. They would love a mix of uses, a gym, things like that. That can obviously come forward there, so it's facilitating that.
Yeah. So it's providing that flexibility of main town centre uses at a scale that wouldn't be appropriate unless they were part of an existing or proposed local centre. Okay. Anything? I think we've taken that probably as far as we can, undoubtedly. But
I don't know if you've been on site yet. But I'm not quite sure how it's envisaged that people will cross over the railway on that blue line in a way that this site can deliver.
Through that Wood Walk access, I can get my hand. Yeah, there's, sorry, this is my own drawings. There's 2 access points. And that's where those routes come from.
So they're existing access points to get physically from one to the other.
From Crows Road you can. Wood Walk, that's the issue that obviously we're talking about. That these sites are looking to open up the delivery of those.
And how does it cross the railway line?
That's through the bridge of, I think, is it within that? Sorry, Jay.
Yeah, the 12 trees permission has a feasibility study, so that was discussed earlier on. They're in feasibility discussions on that.
Of opening up Wood Walk, the one that is already existing.
my understanding so is that there is no obligation on 12 trees to deliver a bridge. And the indications to us, I think, we're not prepared to do it. So the plan's got to be effective, and that's why I'm asking how is the council going to deliver that pedestrian bridge? And what I mean, if it's
we can take that away and have a look at it. But ultimately, when it's evidence led, there's severance issues here. We've identified that there's possible accesses that could facilitate access to open up that site, and ultimately we put that not just in your allocation within 12 trees as well, in making sure that access point comes through. We will take the point away around the effectiveness and what that's in, but there are the feasibility study and the obligation within the 12 trees site that's looking at these access points, because these key routes obviously are replicated on that site map as well.
Well, so that I thank you for that. That's helpful. But I mean, just to be clear, we're seeking to deliver a needed mosque and community facility and needed housing on the site. We're open to reasonable means of access, and our scheme doesn't depend on that link. But if the council's relying upon that link, in particular for the location of the green, which is what we're really talking about now, the opportunity for the local centre, which might then affect where the mosque is located, we just want to understand how the council's going to deliver that, because our understanding of the 106 for the 12 trees is it just safeguards the land. It doesn't require them to deliver it. And the council will therefore need potentially to exercise a compulsory purchase order over the landowners. And if that's what's proposed as part of the plan, to be effective, they would need to, in the ordinary way, explain to you they've got funds, they've got a timescale for delivery, and all of those things. I have not seen any of that.
Yeah, and I think that goes back to obviously PB policy BFM4, where we look at the hierarchy of infrastructure needs. This bridge has obviously been identified as something that we want to see come forward and be delivered to ensure that access. But again, I will take that in terms of the details of the funding and the feasibility and the obligation that's been agreed. We can look at that and see what's the...
In the policy requirements, I know there's that link between the SA1 and SA2, north-south connection we're talking about. I don't know if that's actually referred to in the policy, but what is referred to is an improved bridge connection to West Ham Station from SA1.
Yeah.
So that would be provided by the developer. What does it mean, improved?
It's
improved bridge connection to West Ham Station. What does that entail?
So that entails over the blue dotted line that comes further down.
So that bridge is
bring James in.
the east-west bridge. So the Crows Road that currently is described as the rickety little bridge exists and goes east-west.
So that would be directly from SA1 across from Crows Road.
South Railway.
Yes, to West Ham Station.
Facilitating access.
So that, and that can be provided by this developer.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's completely independent of the 12 trees.
Yes, so it's still there.
Yeah. So that's what's referred to in here.
Yeah.
In the policy.
Correct.
So that's a requirement.
Yeah.
Because without that, you haven't got easy public transport access to SA1. Yeah.
Correct.
The other issue about the connection between SA1 and SA2 is about the functionality between the two developments and the local centre and the improving general access. Okay. But it's not an absolute requirement in this policy, is it?
It's not in the infrastructure requirements now.
Well, that's why I've raised it specifically in terms of tying one to the local centre.
Yeah.
You can have proximity to West Ham Station
and better access to West Ham
Station for a mosque facility and everything it brings with it. In this
entirely within your control.
Yes, and it doesn't need to be down in this corner, which has all sorts of challenges.
Yes. And it may not connect to the local centre anyway.
And that may never be delivered, and we're not hearing anything that tells me it will be delivered. So surely the policy must give the requisite flexibility for the best designed solution, which why I talked about having a policy that says, you know, optimising proximity to the transport facilities, rather than drawing a rectangle on a plan, which is then going to be used for development control, even though there's no ability or known ability to deliver that thing. I did just point out, sir, that I don't want it to be said that I was accepted that we can deliver whatever it may be. We can improve the access to that bridge, but we don't own, I think, the land over Manor Road, or the bridge over Manor Road. So if the council's envisaging a change in the bridge structure itself of Manor Road, where it crosses the railway line, or at Crows Road, but those aren't, as far as I'm aware, within our site ownership. So I just don't want to. I just want to be realistic about what's within our site bodies.
Yeah. Okay. Are they publicly? Are they adopted highway or railway owned?
I believe it's Newham owned. The policy says improved bridge connection.
Yeah.
West Ham Station, not build a brand new bridge.
No.
It's improved.
So it would be facilitating the layout within the site, and then a financial contribution to improve the bridge that's existing at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, basically our point is, as existing, the site is too far away from West Ham Station, especially with the Greenway closed.
Yeah.
Given there is a pre-existing connection that would drastically shorten that access into the site, as we've described it. It could be a highly accessible location with such a connection.
Right. Understood.
Yeah, so we are already PTEL. I'm not saying we'd love to improve access, but we are already PTEL 5 and 6 with the current level of accessibility. So just to put that in context, when you talk about where the mosque is and accessibility, giving that flexibility within a site that's PTEL 5 and 6 seems to be a sensible thing to do, rather than prescribing it to the rectangle.
Is there anything else on? I mean, I've covered some questions about the street network and what's required and what's indicated on the maps. Is there anything else we need to talk about on that?
On access, no.
Street network, access, those sort of issues.
We wanted to talk about open space, but that's separate.
Yeah, no, I'll come on to that. Yeah. I'm just wondering whether we have a shortish break now. I mean, how much more time do you think? I don't think we need I haven't got a great more to cover on this site. Yeah, Mr. Bahora.
Just tracking you back on one point that was made regarding the orientation, importance of orientation.
Yes, please.
For the building for the mosque. The way it is planned at the moment, the entrance would be on the pedestrian access to the site, and the front where people will be facing towards the rail, which would be a much more efficient method of people coming and going to a premises. So the emphasis on the direction at the 140 degrees southeast is very critical, because that's the only way the congregation will be facing. And as long as the building, people can walk far to the end of the building, which then has no access to it. The location at the moment as it is, it's the best in terms of efficiency as well as more the practical use of it.
Can I, so I think, just to be clear, that the location that's being referred to is the one that we're proposing in our master plan, rather than.
Yes, so that's the one that has it up in the top right corner.
I just wanted to check that. You're referring to the, yes, exactly, one in the top right.
Yeah,
allowing pedestrian access to the south.
Yes.
Sorry, can I add?
Yes, please. Mr. Gankara. Okay.
Yeah, so in terms of more efficient access.
Could you put the microphone on so I can hear you? It's a button on top, I think. You go green. Perfect. Thank you.
So I don't think this has been touched on, but one of the points here, one of the issues we have with our local mosques is wheelchair users can't really access mosques very easily because of the way they are structured. So a lot of, they don't have easy access. So a lot of wheelchair users tend to stay at home and don't really get access to the prayer space, particularly when there's festivals like Eid, so forth. But having a larger space with more efficient access, as you just touched on, would enable, would be particularly useful for wheelchair users to access the site. And also, another point that comes to mind is with a lot of mosques in our area, in the community, while a lot of mosques are kind of improving access for women, it's still like work in progress. We're not quite there yet. There's a lot of improvements that have been made over the years, but I think maximizing the space would really help with additional space for women as well.
Okay, and that comes back to the
size.
The size,
yeah.
But also the range of uses there, nursery, childcare and things like that.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Mr. Zahara.
It's about location. So
yeah.
If we if we as per the preferred location of the mosque, if we stay as it is, then it will increase the footfall through the site, and it will play as an effective role as an anchor, and which has been positive from master planning perspective, and also it reduces the vehicle trips driving through the site, which is a very more issue parking space and everything in our borough. It will help to reduce the vehicle trips as well.
So the location being to achieve that would be what?
What the location is suggested?
Near the station.
No,
near where it is shown on the master plan. Okay.
That's the current vehicle access.
Yeah, so you've got car access and then a walk to West Ham Station that wouldn't be too far. Is that the point?
I think the point is the relationship with the Greenway and Canning Road means that it's in closer proximity to the primary vehicle, the only vehicular access to the site, and there is a servicing requirement for the mosque.
Yeah.
I mean, I've just got 2 points to raise just on the PTAL note that some areas of the site are PTAL 1, as well as it being very close. And it's similar to the 12 Tree site, which now is being built out and has permission, is that technically that site has an excellent public transport accessibility level, but the railway has severed the site. Hence, that developer provided a number of bridges to new entrance to West Ham Station to allow access to the site. So I think you've got to be careful using the kind of PTAL criteria that's providing excellent accessibility without kind of seeing the kind of site on the ground, how those access points. And just on the accessibility point, that West Ham is fully accessible, so it's a station with temporary access.
And would the improved bridge be wheelchair
I don't know
accessible?
the particular angle of the ramp, but one would hope that as such.
It wouldn't be steps, it would be a ramp.
And the new bridges that the 12 Trees developed, completely understand that's the other side of the railway, have lifts for that very reason to provide temporary access across the railway.
In terms of vehicular access, if the mosque and community facilities were on the Crows Road part of the site,
yeah, the access would still remain.
The vehicular access, the cars and servicing would be provided.
Our point is basically, we think a community facility of such size being the closest to the station it could be is the best option given the intense accessibility of said station and the quantity of users that will visit the site.
Okay. Okay, well, I think we'll just crack on then. I've covered the issues on location of the community facility, size, and street network. Open space is next. The policy, so there's 2 elements here again. We've got what's shown on the indicative map, and we've got a policy requirement for a consolidated local park, minimum 2 hectares, which is a site, we've talked about this in other sites, and the rationale for that being we want a usable space that can be maintained, not fragmented bits of green space here and there, to address overall efficiencies for different types of open space. So that 2 hectares would be for recreational and leisure use, as well as, multi-use of nature conservation and greening, etc. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So in terms of this, is that roughly what's shown on here, that it would be on that southwestern part of the site? Is that the consolidated 2 hectares area?
Indicatively, as
Yeah.
we've picked up earlier in the hearings, that is indicatively well.
Okay. Over there, this side. Oh, right. So the policy is for 2 hectares consolidated space,
Yes.
and there's the map showing roughly indicative where it would be.
Yes, I'll get my team to respond, but we don't understand the basis for the calculation requirement for this site to deliver 2 hectares, particularly given the approach to other sites, and I'll let that be explained. And we also think it's positively counterproductive to identify the location that's identified on the plan, not least for urban planning reasons, which are those more qualified will explain to you.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
So I guess from our perspective, this ultimately boils down to the prescriptive nature of the policy wording related to green and open spaces on kind of 3 levels. There's the size linked to 2 hectares, the use of the word consolidated, and the location of the open space as shown on the policy map.
Yeah.
So taking the notion of the 2 hectare park, the methodology for establishing that doesn't seem entirely clear, albeit there are references to a number of different elements of policy, notwithstanding London Plan Policy G4, and the notion that new homes need to be in certain distances from different types of public open space, as well as indicated within the council's written statement, a reference to Newham's green and water infrastructure study.
Yeah.
It is worth noting that we absolutely have the ability to deliver 2 hectares of public open space. It is really how that manifests and the prescriptive nature linked to us wanting to adopt a design-led approach to the master planning of the site, which then starts to speak to the next 2 points around the notion of consolidated open space and the location. So the challenge from a consolidated open space perspective and as shown within the location on the site allocation is this creates a distinct separation between built form and open space. And that is reflected within the capacity study that subsequently underpins those 2 pieces of information. And I'm going to reference a principle set out within the capacity study that I've already referenced today, but a separation of open space and built form isn't going to deliver the principle and aspiration of the council for well overlooked enclosed spaces that are safe, inclusive, well overlooked and passive surveyed. Now, we completely understand and recognise that and believe that the location of green spaces is starting to deal with perceived site constraints, being the relationship with the railway and the notion of noise pollution, potential overshadowing to the waterway, the relationship with the conservation area, and completely understand that there may well be constraints there. However, we don't understand the extent to those constraints and what the net result of those constraints may be. Also linked to that is, if there are constraints there, how successful is open space
going to be within those areas when they're pushed to the extremities of the site and disconnected from the building forms and the built form that we propose. So from our perspective, we very much want to approach this in a design-led way that allows for an approach to public open space that is shaped by the site and its context and all of those constraints, but ultimately knits all of that into a holistic master plan approach that is about the relationship between open space and built form.
Okay.
Kind of summarises.
No, I understand, yeah.
It's the prescriptive nature of consolidated and the location as shown on the policy maps.
Well, I mean, having incidental bits of open space that may add up to 2 hectares or more amongst buildings serves a function, and it could help create a good environment. What it doesn't do is create a usable open space that the council's identified as being deficient in quantity in Newham overall, I think, in this part specifically. So the creation 2 hectares. I went to Lyle Park yesterday.
What did you?
Walk around. How big is that? That's just we talked about extensions of that onto, but I'd thought that's roughly that sort of size.
And and if I may, also aligns with the London plan in terms of the space categories, in terms of it being a local park, in terms of table 8.1, so it is justified, and we've used the mappings of those different spaces. We would agree with you, it should be a design-led master plan approach, and the plan does allow for that. And I think the change that we talked about at the top of the day with regards to that additional paragraph 4.3, which is going to say looking at the plan the whole, should hopefully give you some what's the word? Reassurance, thanks, my mind went blank. The maps are indicative, but it is incredibly important that we do have this usable green space, because otherwise we have seen it's incidental green space, which is also incredibly important and play along the way, but it's that usability of that green space that is critical and has been evidenced. We are not asking for more open space provision than we already have. We're already incredibly low, 0.72 hectares per 1,000. We're wanting to maintain that. We're not asking for more, and if we don't ask for these spaces on these sites, we will never get them, and we will never meet that requirement.
I think, sorry, just very briefly for context, Lyle Park is around 2.1 hectares.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think it is worth noting, and as I stated, we have the ability to meet that requirement, and as you'll see from the appendices within our hearing statements, our evolving scheme does in fact meet that requirement. Our concern has been around the interpretation of the word consolidated and the perception of how that may be seen to have to manifest. So we very much want this to be a public space and a park of 2 hectares in size that may well be continuous, may well be linear, may well be consolidated, all words that have semantic difference but kind of say similar things. It wants to be a design-led approach that is about this place and this part of Newham and something that responds to the waterway and the context of the conservation area. But what we don't want to do is be limited to the kind of quintessential view of what our park should or shouldn't be, driven by, the use of the word consolidate.
What's wrong with the word consolidated? Doesn't it just mean it's in one piece? It doesn't say what the shape has to be. It just means it has to be a park of 2 hectares, rather than 2 hectares of open space which could be dotted around in tiny little fragments amongst buildings.
Well, perhaps the best way to test that is just to look at our illustrative master plan, to ask the question, does that meet the requirements of the council's understanding of consolidation or not? Because our concern is that the way they've drawn the plan is that it has to be 2 hectares in a particular part of the site. You can get over that. But if it's got to be 2 hectares with nothing else in it, then that's going to be very challenging on this site because of its characteristics and also contrary to design and approach. Do you want? So we are illustrative. I'm not getting not completely what the plan is. Just
I've got this version of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Is that the one?
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. So I got that. Yeah.
So in this plan. Obviously, you're trying to respond to the tall building, right? And you've got this thing that, as I understand it, this is 2 hectares of Correct.
Yeah.
Turn up the other way. Okay, so but we haven't, for example, buildings, the open space continues around the building. So if the notion is consolidation means you've got to put a fence around, so then it's going to be extremely challenging and not a proper use of the space.
But it doesn't say it can't be linear, does it?
No,
on a site specific like that, and linear space like.
It's just to say that it needs, and again, it's back to the justification. It's meaningful space, and it's linking to table 8.1 in the London plan and the mapping that says that the 2 hectare local parks and open spaces says these can provide court games, children's play, sitting out areas and nature conservation areas. They need to be of a certain scale to enable those things. If they are too piecemeal, which we have seen and I'm sure seen across the country in the past, it doesn't deliver that. It's not saying that a building can't front it. We're not going to close it off. We don't want a monoculture of grass. That is not the ambition. It's just saying that it aligns with the London plan requirement for local parks and open spaces to be the size guideline of 2 hectares.
Let's just check. Yes, I think it's a consolidated local park. It's not open space. I mean, if it's accepted as consolidated open space, that's certainly better than local park. I mean, local park has the connotation, certainly in my opinion, but maybe not to I don't know. But
it's a rectangle with gates around it and an entrance.
It may not even be a rectangle, but it's gated. It's effectively a park. Either do or don't let your dog off.
Okay.
I think what a local park, I think, is a very challenging concept in this particular location. We also don't think the space assessment, the open space assessment, requires a 2 hectare local park in this location because there is one, I think, within 400 metres.
Yeah, so there is detail to where you take the 400 metres and whether or not it's as the crow flies or whether or not it's a walking distance.
Sure.
You could probably clarify for me.
Yeah, well, it's also the point that actually this is deficient for quite a lot of spaces. It could be a regional park, it's deficient, and I'm not going to ask you to deliver a regional park. It's looking pragmatically that we have a very low accessible open space provision within the borough. This site, as you've already pointed out, can accommodate a 2 hectare park. That will be of benefit to the community, both people visiting the mosque, the new houses on the site, and this is the evidence derived point that we've got to in a local park. The wording, just to reiterate that, coming back to your point, is taken from the London plan. So we are being consistent with the regional strategy here.
Sorry, I think I'm wondering whether there's a degree of common ground or not, because you said it can be accommodated on our site. What we are showing is how we would deliver what we believe is consolidated open space. Our concern is that that sort of design approach would not be seen as compliant by the policy, by the council in terms of the policy. And if that is the case, it's good to know now because we need to address it. And if it's not the case, that's great, but then perhaps the word it should be clear.
I mean, it's like all these things, isn't it? I've got to go on the words in the plan. I'm not going to throw a guess, how a development management officer is going to interpret it. You're just going to take a common sense view of what these words mean and whether they're justified. I think.
Well, local park is what I was.
Okay, understood. Right. Okay. So that, I think that deals with that one. Unless there's anything further.
Sorry, I think the final point in there was we had size, the word consolidated, and then the location.
Yeah, which comes back to the map and how indicative it is. So I think it's cropping up on virtually every map, well, not virtually every map, a lot of maps, the same issue. I think I'll think about it again when I've seen the explanation for the indicative nature of the council drafts, and you'll have an opportunity to say that.
Okay, thank you.
I think that will give a context to it. Okay, thank you. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, Mr. Patel.
It's not on the plan.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at we have an island.
Could you put the microphone on so I'll give you sorry. Thank you. That's good.
Yeah, basically, we have an island as well. So I don't know, does that come in?
Okay, so the clarification here is there is an island that sits within Channel Sea Creek.
Okay. Oh yeah.
That is under the ownership of AEIM, but sits outside of the site allocation, I believe. Yeah.
Yes.
That one.
Yes, I've got it. I've got Google Maps as well. I get to see it.
There's an existing, well, I use the word bridge loosely.
You won't be crossing it.
And there are buildings, previous buildings on the island.
Sorry, is there any suggestion from AEIM?
I was just providing context.
Yeah, I know.
Sorry, Mr. Patel. The question around the island.
No, I'm just saying, can we, as council wants a
park,
free area, so can we not use that as an area?
Given the nature of the bridge and concerns around the previous use on the island linked to contamination, we don't want to make allowance for it at this point. Potential use of the island is something that we're aware of and will be exploring moving forward.
Okay, so it's not part of the allocation now. It's in your ownership. When a proposal's brought forward, if you wanted to make some provision on that bit of land, it would be something that could be done, notwithstanding the facts outside the red line of the application, couldn't it? So, red line of the allocation, so it could be, dealt with at the planning application stage. What was the island used for then that's contaminated?
There's an industrial building on it.
Right.
It's actually on the indicative illustrative plan. You can see the scale on that.
I think it was something involving chemicals.
Correct.
That's why I know.
Potential adventures camp there overnight.
Really?
Yes, they are.
This is really interesting bits of this. Okay.
There used to be a bridge access to it, but because of the deterioration in the condition, it was closed off. But people do bypass those two things and used to go and spend days on end those places. Take your pick.
Yeah, good.
Can I just mention one thing? So
Yeah, of course.
Statement of common ground. We've suggested a statement of common ground to council to assist viewers with some of the facts and the things which are common ground, or indeed things which points of dispute. So we have proposed one. I think the council view was to wait until this session, but we would still give it ultimately to assist you, but we would encourage the council to agree what they can. A lot of things did come out today which are appearing to be agreed, and so we would welcome reflection of that and state common ground if it would assist.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I mean, let me think about it in the way that I usually do about what things I think need clarifying, need addressing, what isn't necessarily sound or I'm not certain about, and then that will set up sort of parameters for that. So, yeah, thank you for that. Which brings me back to, you said with hesitancy, tall buildings. We talked about the rationale for the zoning and the strategy, etc., and the hierarchy, and the reason why this one is where it is in the hierarchy. I know the issues you've raised about the context and the optimisation and delivering the development. Is there anything else you want to say that we can come back to if necessary in terms of site-specific and requirements, design, and those sort of things? So if there is anything else that's specific about the site and things on the tall building, please let me know now.
I think the only thing to say would be just in terms of those indicative master plans that we've set out in the appendices to both of our hearing statements for matter 3 and matter 4. In terms of the approach taken there, that's been sort of design-led and based on sort of contextual analysis, including with cumulative schemes, and supported as well by views testing. And that's included testing views set out in the 3 Mills Conservation Area appraisal to understand potential impacts on heritage assets and on the 3 Mills Conservation Area. And our sort of professional judgment, Montague Evans, in terms of heritage and townscape, is that there's a skyline that's been set by the consented development, and we believe that the capacity studies that we've done and the master plan we've provided has shown that if we were to develop to the kind of density and heights that we've indicated within that skyline silhouette, sort of with appropriately tall buildings, there wouldn't be any sort of additional skyline townscape or setting impacts in terms of heritage assets. So, our position is that those existing consents sort of provide the opportunity for us to relook at the site and look at bringing forward the kinds of capacity that we've indicated.
And these, so the plan that I'm looking at, which has got these 7 blocks along the Crow Road frontage opposite the 12 trees, they range from 53 to 98. That's that. I mean, so the flexibility would be within that range. So putting it back into up to the 100 metres.
Yes. Yeah.
So sorry, just to finish on that point, we have obviously been engaging with London Borough of Newham pre-application, and we've also met with the GLA with Newham in attendance. That was on the 21st of November, and I suppose the salient points that came out of that meeting was the GLA endorsed us optimising the site beyond the draft application. And secondly, they also could get behind the narrative around the positioning and the height strategy on the site. So we don't have the pre-application responses yet, but Newham are also in attendance. And so
okay. Well, I think, yeah, okay. Anything more you want to say in terms of that? And
I think I know that you suggest some wording to change. I don't know if it would be helpful to take it away and look more closely to this site, but I don't know if it would be a consistent approach, like we haven't done for the main site, but we're happy to relook at the height. I mean, overall, the scheme that has been presented, it sounds sensible, but we can't really, it's not us assessing the scheme. So we don't want to be very tight on that particular iteration.
No,
Forward in a different way, but we can, I don't know, consider that the closest area to the station can accommodate a greater height, for example, but yeah, I don't know what's the best approach. Yeah.
So at the moment, the building heights, well, the first reference you said was incorrect.
Yes.
So that goes. But then it goes with taller buildings up to 40 metres to aid wayfinding. Massing should step down towards the west of the site. That's the principle. Back towards the conservation area. Buildings should step back from the water course. Yeah, okay. Right. Okay. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Obviously, there are other examples of where promoters have said this is the most extreme variation between what we think is needed and what is appropriate and what the policy says. So there is an issue of consistency of re-examining heights. In terms of the modification that I've asked you to draft, it allows more flexibility. At the present, it would still refer to some heights, and I think in the absence of a completely lack of a plan-led approach, you need to refer to some heights. Otherwise, it's back to the plan's not doing anything, is it? So, but the gap here between that position, 40 and 100, is one of the more extreme. There was another one that one of the promoters said
there was a planning application, approved planning application inside West side. Yeah. It has already permission for 100 meter. We had 50.
And that, so this is different because this is setting a context for a scheme that's still to be designed. So it's kind of more important in a way to get that context right. Okay, well, thank you. And thank you for the positive response to the statement of common grounds, which I think is maybe something I will take away and think about. Okay, so that's that. The last thing I've got on my agenda, I think, was looking at the pro forma and the viability, the trajectory. So at the moment, we've got a design-led capacity testing, which was based on the methodology, which is 596.
Yeah.
Obviously, AIM's assessment is, just remember what it is.
1650.
1650, yeah. Okay. So again, a big gap there, maybe reflecting the heights rather than anything else, I think, because you were saying you accommodate the uses. Okay. In terms of the timing, it would not contribute towards the 5-year supply.
No, we've got it phased in the medium term because it doesn't get first planning permission.
Yeah, 6 years, not an
so 32, 33 to 36, 37 financial years.
So presumably there's no big dispute about that. In terms of what the viability evidence shows?
So it's BLB3, rule 2, viable at 30%.
Okay. Anything you want to say about viability?
Not at this particular point, although we have been speaking with the local authority about the various issues that the site has, including contamination, possible connections. Yes, we haven't reached that stage yet.
Yeah, okay. Right, okay. Is there anything else anybody wishes to say about this site before we finish, or indeed what we talked about this morning? No? Okay. Okay, well, a number of things for me to think about. Thank you for your contribution. That was helpful. I think I've made progress in understanding. Thank you all for your contributions.
Thank you very much indeed.
Okay, thank you. So we will finish for today, and we're back tomorrow morning at 9:30. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.